Welcome to the Welcome Tour. This is day one of the Nintendo Switch 2, and we all know what we bought the system for. Let's enter the museum. Welcome to the Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour. And who are we in the queue? I think there's no advantage to being at the front of the queue because it is, of course, just an infinite loop. Kind of like my pickup queue at the midnight launch, in fact. Wrapped around and around and around, and who knows how many people are actually accepting tickets at customer service. I kind of like this fellow with the hat here. Let's go with the fellow with the hat, maybe. Yes, let's do that. You can be any guest you like. I don't know about those glasses, though. Not the most fashionable. I have to be very particular about this. I'm sure we can switch around, of course, you know, because you can just get your hand stamped for re-entry and all that. Love how everybody is just so well dressed for this occasion. All synchronized. Anyway, let's go with this look. Entry will begin soon, so please proceed to the gate. Everybody is hyped for opening day. Descriptivist, you're saying this is such an interesting character selection screen? Yeah. Very full of variety, actually. Much more than I kind of expected, because when I saw the previews and the trailers for this, I didn't think about the avatar at all, because the individuation of them didn't seem to particularly matter. But who knows? You have to be the guest you want to be. So welcome, welcome. Come on in. And Mario, you're saying that you need all of the accessories like the camera and a 4K TV to 100% complete this. As far as I understand, there actually is a skip. And from what I was told, the skip is that you have to punch in SOS in Morse code. And it tells you how. It doesn't just bury that as an Easter egg. But no, I find it totally understandable that, you know, if you're getting a tech demo, and it's pretty conspicuous from things like the preview trailers and overviews, etc., that it's meant to show off all of the accessories that are also launching with the Switch, like the grip, the Pro Controller, and the camera, none of which we have. And I'm also streaming this in 1080p 60, so we won't be able to show off anything about the 120 FPS or the 4K support either. So this will necessarily be kind of a partial playthrough, but it's sort of understandable, right? That if you're doing a tech demo, you know, trying to complete it for the non-existent Platinum Trophy is not really the purpose. Hello and welcome. And if you've been to many museums recently, you know that it's always a bit of a premium ticket to do the little special VR demo on the side, or the other temporary rotating exhibit anyway, so I guess it's on theme. What do you think of the venue? Is this the biggest Nintendo Switch 2 you've ever seen, or what? Go ahead and walk all over it. I think that violates some kind of warranty. There are all sorts of things to do around here. You can gain some insight into what makes Nintendo Switch 2 tick, take some quizzes about the system, experience tech demos that show off the system's features, and of course, play minigames. What was the last thing? Oh, the Stamp Rally. The thing about Nintendo and museums, if you're familiar with this from Animal Crossing and other games, is that they are all about the Stamp Rally experience to a far greater extent than most museums that I've visited in real life, and I've been to a lot of museums. But I guess sometimes they have things like that as a children's activity, like a collectibles or scavenger hunt book that has become more and more popular as something to issue to younger guests. Stamps are hidden all over the place, so happy hunting. By the way, if you want to move around more quickly, press and hold B to run. You're allowed to run in the museum. This exhibition is really big, so it might save you some time. Okay, so we're going to start with the Joy-Con L. And sure, let's talk to the staff. Hi there. I love how this actually supports inverted camera. But it's all about the options, as we saw already in the character selection screen. Oh, the controls are currently inverted. Let me actually try it. I didn't even think about the R-stick camera control. I like it just fine as is, but we'll see if there are 3D minigames where that's an issue. You see, the thing about camera controls being designated as normal and inverted is that I sometimes don't know which one developers think is the inverted one. But we just go with whatever's comfortable, and this is familiar. A lost item. Give it to the newbie staff member to your right. Thanks for visiting the Lost and Found desk. This is your first day. A lost item longs for its home. I have a little bit of Fire Emblem Three Houses in this already, you see. Is this really the intuitive direction for the camera? Let me just play with this a little bit. Yeah, good enough. We're finally here. This place is massive. We will talk to lots of NPCs. That's what we do. But we won't read everything verbatim because I do tend to read fairly quickly. I'll try to display everything long enough so that people can follow along. And there's going to be some signage to look at. You can learn about HT Rumble 2 here. You'll learn about the kinds of vibrations it makes, where it's located, how it works, and more. So I've had a chance to play with the system a little bit so far. We have dipped a bit into Mario Kart World. I'm actually finding the rumble in these new units to be comparatively pretty subtle. But we'll see what Detective shows off. And yes, I'm interested. Here's HD Rumble 2 Insights 1. That's plenty of insight. Take a look here. These are the HD Rumble 2 parts for the Nintendo Switch 2 console. They're different from the HD Rumble parts for the Nintendo Switch console. That's something I should remember to try, actually, how the new HD Rumble actuators interact with some of the more interesting HD Rumble 1 implementations in the original Switch, notably the Easter egg in Kirby Star Allies, if you're familiar with it. That was the really kind of memorable one. In fact, these parts have been custom built from the ground up and housed within both the Joy-Con 2 and Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller. In order to fit inside, they've had to undergo further separate customization. What kind of customization? Let's find out. A little tricky. The rumble of the controller is created when magnets and electromagnets shift the weight. The rumble of older Nintendo controllers is created by a motor spinning a weight. When it comes to Nintendo Switch HD Rumble and Nintendo Switch 2 HD Rumble 2, the weight isn't spinning. Instead, it vibrates side to side at a very high speed. Similar to how some trains use magnets to levitate, allowing them to move at extremely high speeds. There is a light feedback effect, by the way, as you click through buttons. It's very, very subtle. I think it's something I would notice if it were missing, but you don't really think about it unless you are reading about the Rumble feature at the same time, I think. Rumble is created using magnets and electromagnets, and then we kind of have it vibrating along a different axis this time. Powerful rumble. A range of intensity. So we've only really felt some subtle movements with it so far. Let's see what else this can demonstrate. From very weak vibrations like a gentle touch to much stronger vibrations at maximum strength, the sensation will be much stronger than HT Rumble and Nintendo Switch. Well, let's show me. However, these strong vibrations won't be used the whole time while you're playing a game. And powerful rumble is reserved for specific moments where it makes the most sense. I kind of feel like Donkey Kong is going to show this off. I just have that impression. HD Rumble 2 is in your hands. They've been designed to transmit a sensation directly no matter how you're holding them. That's interesting. I'm actually kind of rotating the Joy-Cons in my hands while I'm clicking through this to try to feel what this is demonstrating. The HD Rumble 2 parts are directly attached to the plastic on the back. And makes the vibrations easier to feel. Okay. Alright, let's have a pop quiz. Volume 1. Easy mode. And HD Rumble 2. How's the weight Move it, shakes from side to side. And yeah, pretty introductory stuff here, but I'm sure we'll get into some things that are a bit more advanced. The plastic on the back is... Can you feel it? Oh, I love how there's a diagram here too. I don't think you are tested on speed. At least not yet. Again, this is just very introductory content. This is just quiz 1. That implies there will be more. But it won't be here. So let's keep going. This part was shown off in the Treehouse Live demo when the Switch 2 was shown off, so some of this material will be familiar if you watched any of the preview content. But of course now we actually get to feel it in our hands. Now here's the minus button. Makes for a very nice bench. We should remember that if we ever need to take a seat. And let's just chat with all the other stations. Yeah, the NPC dialogue will do a bit of it here and there, but it seems like anything that's in the white speech bubbles is just inessential. Oh, also, you can pop up these stations like this when you approach buttons. Let's learn about down button. We're startled by that stamp popping up. Don't worry, it's harmless. Have fun with a stamp rally. Hunting down the hidden stamps is sure to be a blast. I feel like this whole thing was designed by the stamp guy in Echoes of Wisdom, where he floats down with his little stamp hat. Area A. Ooh, okay. Quite a few areas, in fact. 12 areas. So, rather large. We can only zoom out this far for the time being, and I don't see a way to pan. But, yeah, if it's 12 areas... Well, we'll see what that accounts for, because obviously with the 2 Joy-Cons in a unit, that's 3 of them. You'll definitely have some of the accessories like the Grip Pro controller and camera, which we don't have, which I talked about earlier, plus maybe some other things like the dock, even, I don't know, the AC adapter if you really want to talk about that. But let's build the, oh, I see that there are 2 spaces here. Ready to show off your mouse skills? Let's try this. Mouse controls allow you to move your character more quickly and accurately than control sticks. There'll be lots of spiked balls falling from the sky, and when I say a lot, I mean a lot. So I have had the opportunity to try to mouse a little bit in some of the system menus, and the transition actually is fairly smooth. I don't currently have the straps attached. The straps give you slightly wider and better padded mouse feet, but it's at the expense of the wrist strap part of it potentially kind of obstructing you and getting in your way. So I'm going to do this without, unless we really have trouble with some of the traction. You'll need your mouse skills to dodge gracefully and weave tactically around them. And let's try it. Once I move my drink out of the way so we don't bump into it. Interesting how this is in the Joy-Con L station. The Joy-Con R, one thing I found with it, and we are moving this in mouse mode now, is that it's very easy for my thumb to kind of bump the R stick. Now, if the input doesn't matter, then that's okay. I find that with some things like the system menu navigation, that's one thing that you might potentially run into, is the fact that it's normally, by default, implemented as a scroll wheel. You can actually have a little bit of accidental scroll if you have a mouse grip that kind of nudges the stick. And it's very hard for the thumb to go anywhere else. So you just have to be pretty disciplined about not nudging it. Anyway, medals, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Let's go for 20 seconds. Dodge the spike balls for as long as you can. It's kind of the thing that makes me think that Mario Paint, not just a Super Nintendo port, but Mario Paint in a very full-featured way is actually likely to happen. Because, you know, this is really just a natural evolution of the fly swatter. Back when Nintendo was just introducing people to the concept of mouse for the first time. If they were in a situation where the SNES mousepad was their starting point. Actually, I did turn into size sensitivity in the system. Whoops. Let's try to go for 30. 30 is the better benchmark, which totally misread at first. Yeah, so tracking is pretty good. I hold it pretty loosely. And when I'm holding still, I can just let the Joy-Con sit on the table, basically, and I just kind of nudge it back and forth a little bit. So if you're used to a standard mouse, you kind of have to adapt to how to grip this well. I don't think we'll be playing StarCraft with this anytime soon, but, you know, it's good enough in terms of accuracy for something like this. Let's try it again. And yeah, as usual with any kind of mouse control, it's all about just taking care of your wrist and finding a grip that is appropriately comfortable. But yeah, because it's such an extremely lightweight controller, I feel that avoiding strain is not going to be too much of a concern, I'm sure. Relatively careful. Oh, look at it, we're 0.6 off. Got tucked in the corner. I was in the bottom left corner, so we weren't really even watching the clock on the top right, since my eyes were not there. But let's try it. Oh. Yeah, personal best is way up there. We'll actually put down the Joy-Con L for the time being and just focus on the R. Yeah, luckily with this game, accidentally nudging the right stick doesn't do anything, so you don't have to be too careful about your grip. But I'm definitely kind of adjusting here and there. Since we don't need the button either, I don't necessarily need a grip that has my finger on the button. We just need whatever is best for accuracy. And like I said, the tracking is very good. It's just a matter of becoming accustomed to what is an unusually narrow mouse body. See, now that we've hit 29.94, we're just going to be stuck here for ages. Trying to relive the glory days. But yeah, you can be very subtle about it, and just need to weave a better path through it. And jam to the music in the meantime. So 12 areas in a welcome tour. We really have no idea how long it'll take to get through. Obviously, some of the things that, as I said before, require accessories we don't have, we'll skip through. But we'll show off as much as we can and really make this our proper introduction to the system. Oh, totally got trapped there. I knew that was coming too. What this also kind of feels like is back in the original DS, when you had things like the various Mario games, like 64 DS, and after that, the original New Super Mario Brothers. It feels strange to say it now as the original New Super Mario Brothers, but that's what it is. That had all of the touchscreen minigames on the side, because they were really just there to, you know, be exactly like this in terms of the scope of what these minigames are and what kind of function they're serving, as a showcase of an input method that, you know, many people will already be familiar with, but which you might not really have seen in a Nintendo context since the Mario Paint Fly Swatter. It philosophically feels extremely similar, I would say. All those fond memories of Luigi operating by night as a blackjack dealer, you know? Whoop. We reached the benchmark? We did? Okay, now let's just try to push the score. Let's try to make it as far as we can. I don't know if it actually escalates and gets much harder at this point, or if there's an additional bonus benchmark that you can hit just for the sake of the high score, but we are going to take the medals and we'll just continue for the time being. It says survival mode as if it to imply that there might be more modes. Such elegant mouse handling. Looks like part 2 is available. Collecting clear medals, huh? It looks like you just got your first medal. I've already got 5. Probably has been here all day. Anyway. Someone's been busy. You've already got the 2 medals you need. Yeah, because you've got this unlock condition. Catch the stars. Let's do that. So yeah, now you have a bit of click accuracy, not just a movement accuracy. Let's do it. And we want 40 stars. Okay. Yeah, once again, we really don't need the Joy-Con L for the time being, so we'll just go with the R. Oh, actually, we don't need to click at all. We just need to catch them. Maybe by the time we're through this, we will feel good enough at this to play StarCraft. On this System 19, yeah, we can hit the first benchmark without too much trouble, I think. Okay, now. Yeah, it's kind of interesting to hold a Joy-Con like this because it has the weight and the feel and the lightness of something like one of those really tiny mobile USB mini mice, but ergonomically is much better because it's not cramped, right? Like it's actually appropriately sized for your hand, while having the same kind of extremely lightweight feel where if you wanted to hold still, you're just kind of not touching it at all. Well done, you. You picked up a whole bunch of stars. And yeah, this is WarioWare waiting to happen, and we all know it. Alright, part 3. Whoops, okay. Time to actually pick up my other controller again. 31 to unlock, is that... Am I reading that correctly? Okay, that must be something extremely advanced. So we are going to get back there. I love how right away it teases you with this massive jump in unlock conditions as to promise you that good thing will come to those who grind. Let's see what this station is. This minigame will showcase some of what the HD Rumble 2 feature can do. And I don't know, we haven't felt the strong vibrations yet. Although the massive demonstration here of the actuator seems to believe otherwise. This minigame will allow you to experience the strong vibrations firsthand. Move the mouse from side to side and vibration will change in strength. Try to find where the vibration is strongest. Find the strongest rumble along a line. Yeah, let's do it. Okay. So do we just use the Joy-Con R here? I find it interesting, once again, that all of these exhibits are on the Joy-Con L, but that we're just using the Joy-Con R for all of this stuff. Oh, and it's actually with mouse controls as well, hence why you have this natural progression when you travel. I mean, you can do it non-linearly, but you can travel in this direction and you're likely to hit the mouse first and then hit this particular activity, having heard about a rumble. And I guess this is sort of an accuracy check. You have to be within that range, perhaps. Find where the rumble is strongest, okay. There's no time pressure, you just need to move. So this is something that will not be very evident on the display, but we are feeling it right about here. We don't feel it at all around here, then it kind of starts buzzing a little more, And yeah, it's pretty intense over here. Let's get right on this line and see how close we are. We are within 36. Okay, not that close, actually. You have to be very, very accurate. So, let's try again. And we landed pretty much directly into zone. In some ways, because I have my Joy-Con are on a table right now that it's not even just strength vibration. You can kind of hear how loud it is vibrating against a table and making contact with the surface. We're going to try to find it. It has to be, once again, a lot more accurate than I thought. Right around here seems... Right, oh, a little more intense on this part of the curve. A little more intense, and it starts dropping off into the side, I think. Right around here. I'm not totally confident. Let's move it a bit further. Actually, it might even be easier so you're not distracted by noise, and so you can kind of really do it by touch and contact to lift the mouse just a tiny bit off the table, so you really completely do it by feel. Maybe. I don't know. You have more accuracy if you just let the mouse rest, of course. Could be way off on this one. It's somewhere in this zone. And of course, as a viewer, I know that it's something that you're not really able to experience directly at all. You'll just have to take my word for it that it's shaking, and shaking quite a bit. Right around here, I think. It's right around here. I'm just trying to let the curve fall off a little bit, but I think we're going to go here. How far up? Oh, it's still pretty off. 27. Okay, slightly better, but... Okay, so we just scrape it first, and then we know that it's going to be somewhere on this end. We should establish a range. That's the way we should do it. We should kind of average into the range. So, for example, it kind of disappears off into here. Disappears off into here. It's going to be somewhere in this zone, and we just kind of narrow the search and watch the markers carefully on the ruler. And just find the range. Might work better if you grip it a little tighter, actually. No, way off that time. 29. Well, not way off, but about as far off as we were before. Okay, right around here this time. Very subtle. But yeah, it actually helps to pinch the controller a little bit more tightly. And really kind of feel the pulse. That's here. Oh, look at that. 1. Almost exactly on target. And there's a hidden third medal. That's something that we should be aware of with some of the other minigames as well, is that we weren't aware of that. That it only shows you 2 collectible medals, but that doesn't mean there isn't a third. There is actually a third benchmark. I'm going to screenshot it when we do hit a third benchmark, because that seems extremely challenging. And I'm sure that, you know, for example, with some of the time survival minigames like what we saw earlier, you have to hit something like 100, and it just doesn't tell you what the benchmark is, and you have to guess, which is interesting. So yeah, we'll screenshot all the ones that have the bonus objective here, because I'm not doing that well again. We're not beating that. But it does mean that we should actually try to go back to some of the other activities to see if we can hit a third benchmark. I feel like that might be interesting. You perfectly pinpointed the Rumble's epicenter. So yeah, you can't actually get beyond 1. You can't get 0. Unless within 3 is enough for it to send you that message. I must concede that sensing strong rumble really is your forte. Part 2 is now open to the public. How's your medal collection coming along? I've racked up 10. Pretty impressive, I know. I feel like this little snotty Pokemon rival kid here is going to meet their match by the end of the day. But what are we picking up here? Should you find any lost items as you make your way through the welcome tour, please be a helper and bring them to the information center. Thank you for doing your part. Let's do that. And see what that is all about. And we'll, of course, walk around some of these. Yeah, because, you see, you have these little displays that will come up for each of the buttons, it seems. Left button. So you can find something to interact with for every button, it seems. And just snap the labels. Which means we should do that with everything, every part that we can find. Probably should do that around the sticks as well. If the information desk lets us get close enough to do so. Well, minus button surely has something. Yeah, there we go. We just totally missed it earlier. And maybe if you peer off the edge here, you get L. Now, how do you reach ZL? Here. And then what could we possibly be missing beyond that? I mean, I guess there's the whole stick itself. Yeah, I was trying to round the edge here, looking for this, but we have in fact found it. Okay. So we'll just label everything as we go. Maybe we'll explore more for now, but later on we might want to come back and try to push some of the third metals. I don't want to grind at it right now when we are just getting through more content, but the fact that we've discovered that the third metals exist, I think, has potentially significantly extended the time that we will spend on this. Oh yes, we were going to return to lost item. Let's do that. Skell Origins, you're saying, don't jump, you have so much to live for. But what if you really want to reach that ZL button, right? I mean, it doesn't look that unsafe. You just need to, you know, hang on to the edge a little bit. We did it just fine in Breath of the Wild, it's no problem. Okay, let's return the item. Who was taking this? Oh yes, that's right, the junior employee whose first day it is. Thanks for turning this in. I have a feeling that somewhere out there, a lost item longs for its home. If you happen to find it, please bring it to me. I don't think it makes her more effective in battle, though. Maybe it does. We never know. Here's another quiz. Oh, we'd have to go down the steps to it. Let's do that, I suppose. Oh, and there are more things to do here with the ZL buttons and also the magnetic attachments, I guess. You can play games that use a mouse in each hand. Yes, we know that from the Drag and Drive demo. Actually, this is a useful reminder for me to make enough space on my desk because, of course, we have the whole computer set up here for streaming. That might obstruct us a little bit, so I have to make some room. Wonder what sort of games could use a control scheme like that. Something with dragging and driving, perhaps. But maybe even something that's demonstrated here as well. Mouse, foot, upper. Mouse feet make it easier to slide Joy-Con 2 controllers when you're using mouse controls, so yeah. Here, it's demonstrating that with the... actually, let me take a look at my Joy-Con here. It's demonstrating that as if you had the attachment on, isn't it? Or maybe not, because the attachment has the kind of pad on it. So, yeah, no, this is actually just how it looks. I'm comparing it with my own Joy-Con just by looking at it. Yeah, no, this is just mouse feet that are default to the Joy-Con. It doesn't show the straps. Because the straps actually have a sort of extended black pad on them. Like I said, the reason I'm not using them is because the strap part of it does kind of get in the way when you're switching rapidly between holding the Joy-Con normally and using it as a mouse. Release button, okay. These have been very satisfying. A little bit different in terms of muscle memory than how we used to slide the old Joy-Cons back in their docked position. But we've gotten used to it quickly. And we'll just stamp everything. And this is the mouse sensor. And then the indicator lights and the magnetic connector. Oh, we missed something. Is there a separate one for the lights? Yeah. So you know which player you are. Museum here assumes you're player 1. I wonder if the lights change if that's not the case. See, that's part of the exhibit, though. Oh, let's see what this is. That is, of course, the sync button. I had no idea the buttons were made out of steel. I also had no idea the buttons were made out of steel. Yeah, because SL and SR actually were a bit of a reliability issue in the old Joy-Cons. I did have, with one of my Joy-Cons, one of these buttons eventually just ceased to function because apparently there's a ribbon cable as a connector for them that can come loose, in which a lot of people have reported coming loose, and so you have to disassemble the Joy-Con to fix it. I rarely used it, but one game I did use it with was ARMS, where if you're playing with motion controls, as I did, there is a particular interaction where you do want to be squeezing SLSR. And ergonomically, it feels quite different on these now. Obviously, the primary purpose is as shoulder buttons for single Joy-Con usage, but we rarely had that use case on Switch 1 ourselves. Attaching and detaching. You can actually attach them backwards. That also seems like either a WarioWare or Mario Party gimmick waiting to happen. Are you interested in attaching controllers backwards? Yes, we are. Let's learn all about the connectors. Natcat, welcome. To detach Joy-Con controllers from the Nintendo Switch 2 console. Yeah, we've been doing a lot of that today. Feels very comfortable. Actually, reattaching them is what feels really comfortable. You can detach each one with a single hand, yet much easier to do that now. You kind of have to approach from a different angle than you used to reattach them. I used to just kind of pop the old Joy-Cons on top of the rail and just, you know, stuff them in with one hand. But the nice thing about these compared to the Joy-Con ones is that you cannot really mess things up. You can't just clip things in the wrong direction or whatever, like many, many, many people did with the original wrist straps, where it was just very easy to lock them in the wrong direction and have a devil of the time getting them off. And yes, Netcat, happy Switch 2 Day as well to all those who celebrate, which is, of course, everybody here. To attach the Joy-Con 2 controllers, bring them near the console. And yeah, we've been playing with that quite a bit. Joy-Con 2 attached magnetically. Note from a kind of official style guide perspective that when they want to say Joy-Con 2 plural, they say Joy-Con 2. They don't say Joy-Cons 2 or Joy-Con 2s. That the official style guide has just the plural of Joy-Con 2 is Joy-Con 2. I noticed these things from a sort of copy editing perspective because, you know, I know that officially they always have stringent standards for the brand when it comes to how to write these things down. Or, of course, I just say Joy-Con 2 controllers, because the plural of Joy-Con 2 controller is Joy-Con 2 controllers. They use magnets. Unlike Nintendo Switch, there is no locking mechanism to prevent the controllers from being detached. And the only thing keeping them connected is the force of the magnets. They can be attached backwards. Oh, backwards as in to the opposite side. Oh, interesting. So, why would you want to do that? But I'm sure, like I said, that Nintendo is going to come up with something to answer specifically that question. This orientation is not recommended. Nope. The Joy-Con 2 controllers won't charge when attached this way. I guess if you really want to prank somebody. But it's more that, you know, you don't break anything. I think it's more that they're designed in such a way that if you put things in the wrong direction, it's not going to cause problems, it's not going to destroy anything or get you in a situation where you're stuck. The Joy-Con 2 controller is attached to the Nintendo Switch 2 console magnetically. But just where are these magnets? Well, they're on the main body of the console. The Joy-Con 2 controllers don't have any magnets that attach to the console. You know what's an interesting implication of this, by the way, in Mario? Let's say you have an upside-down level in Super Mario Maker 2. If you're playing portably, you could just flip your Joy-Cons, or rather, like, flip your entire screen relative to the Joy-Cons and play it like a regular level. Right? That should actually work, if you think about it. I'm going to try it at some point. I'll just load up a Night Theme upside-down level, and I'll see if that actually functions. Because if Team 0% starts encountering upside-down Kaizo or something, I mean, I'm sure they already do things like flip their monitors or whatever, but this is actually theoretically a feasible approach. If you want to, for example, clear check something really devious, as I said, you know, people can just flip their screens normally anyhow, but that if you're doing it in portable mode, that this is actually something you would be able to do. So anyway, they don't have any magnets that attach to the console. Yes, okay, so the S, L, and SR buttons themselves are the attachment points, and the magnets are in the console itself. Yeah, so the Joy-Cons themselves don't stick to anything. You can't just stick your Joy-Con to the refrigerator. And Mario, if you flip the screen, though, doesn't left become right and vice versa? Right? Oh yeah, because it's a vertical flip. It's not a rotation. So yeah, you'd be right about that. Right, because it's a vertical flip. It's not a rotation. But I'm wondering if maybe there are use cases where you would actually have like a fully rotated 180-degree rotation on the display that would make the alternate attachment something not useless. And yeah, 06i, they're quite comfortable to press. I find that if you're kind of holding it in a grip where you're squeezing SL and SR at once, that I'm using different fingers than I used to because the orientation is a bit wider. If I ever get back to playing ARMS with motion controls, I'll have to adapt to that. Because now I'd be kind of pushing them with, you know, index finger and pinky rather than index finger and ring finger. So you have a bit of a different grip on them. I haven't really used them as shoulder buttons yet, but they seem much more useful as shoulder buttons in the old SL-SR, particularly without the wrist strap. I mean, notice that they're kind of confident enough in these buttons, and of course they're being used as the steel magnetic attachment points. That would kind of explain why the wrist straps that connect to these now don't cover or replace the SL and SR buttons at all. They don't add any additional layer to them, and they leave them completely open and exposed as is. So there's no change in the SL and SR buttons themselves in terms of how you are making contact, or more importantly, how the console is making contact. Okay, let's do the quiz. And telekinesis. What happens if I just say telekinesis? Oh, okay. It doesn't even tell you that it's wrong until you go through it. Which of the following is used to attach the Joy-Con 2 controllers to Nintendo Switch 2 console? I want to see what the dialogue is if you just deliberately say something frivolous. Like how they're attached with love. In which ways can the Joy-Con 2 controllers be attached to the Nintendo Switch 2 console? None of the above. So you... Well, I don't know. I just want to see what happens. And how you are scolded for being improbably unable to answer a single question. Kind of like how they say that, you know, if you score 0% on a quiz, then definitely there's some cheating going on, because by probability, you're not supposed to score 0 unless you're deliberately able to do it and just as easily able to score 100, right? There are no magnets. There is no spoon. Unsuccessful. Give it another shot. Okay, so it's actually kind to you about that. Oh, that's too bad. I marked the insights related to the questions you got wrong. Give it another read. Okay, so yeah, it tells you that you have to reread them. But I wonder if this indicator turns off if you do the quiz and do it correctly. That's an interesting way to do it, though, in terms of reinforcing what you're learning. Anyway, let's not attach the Joy-Cons with love, unfortunately. And all of the above. What are the magnets that keep the Joy-Con 2 controllers attached? In the console. Yep. So you can stick your console to the refrigerator. You can't stick Joy-Cons to the refrigerator. Perfect score. And yeah, it checks off everything automatically. It doesn't put alerts over them anymore. Oh. How are you enjoying the insights quizzes? I give you some very special insights. What are the very special insights? You can actually use mouse controls on a Nintendo Switch 2 home menu. Yeah, we tried that. We tried that in the shop as well. And some other interface elements like the Nintendo Switch Online app within the app. And yeah, I kind of wonder from a developer perspective how easy it would be to implement. So for example, you know, if people who designed games for touchscreen are very easily able to just incorporate the system's support of mouse controls as an analog to touchscreen input and just kind of put the cursor on top and let the user switch to mouse mode that way. I kind of wonder how much developer overhead there is involved with that, as in whether it's very easy for patches to be issued. Because there are definitely some games that were built for touchscreen on Switch. Notably, I'm thinking of all the ones by whichever studio that was that did like Little Inferno and Human Resource Machine and so on. Their name escapes me right now, but you know, they do pretty much games that are touch games that are just as easily approachable on tablet. And that the analog for that in TV mode in Switch 1 was a kind of gyro-based pointer control that never worked all that well because it wasn't, of course, equivalent to something like the IR sensor in the Wii Remote. So having a mouse control patch for something like that would hopefully be very easy to do. Okay, so let's keep going. Oh, there's a demo here. But we have to wrap all the way around because we can't go upstairs over here. However, we can check other buttons. And here's the lower mouse foot. Yeah, so this is purely there as a mouse foot. And look at that, we completed section 1. Or section A, I guess. Let's take a look at this. Well, there's still more activities in the Joy-Con L to do, so let's do that. Let's go around and try to clear the whole area. Like I said, there are 12 areas, so we might be here a while, especially if we're talking so much about everything. So let's learn about mouse. Their function beyond typical mice. Let's learn about it. Sensor insights, 1. I bet a lot of the sequels to these are just on the Joy-Con R when you eventually get to it, once you're past the main display. Like there's a particular flow that's been designed here, as there would be in most actual museum exhibit design, that there's some room for open exploration, but also a bit of an expected order of events and a way that information is being ingrained. That's part of what interested me about this game in the first place, was because, you know, not even from a perspective of game design, but from the perspective of museum design, which is something that is a bit of a fascination for us. We were very curious about how the content would be organized. Joy-Con 2 can be used as a mouse, and you can play games designed to be played with a cursor. Opens up new ways to play games as compared with Nintendo Switch, and you might find it easier to hold the Joy-Con 2 like this. That's what we were doing. How else would you do it? Wait, how else are you doing it? I'm just comparing the diagrams here. Oh, I see, because in this first diagram, the thumb was kind of tucked under the stick, and then in the next one, Or, yeah, it's kind of over the stick, and then I don't really see that too much of a perceptible difference, but that's because we were already holding it like this. And like I said, there was a bit of a risk of nudging the stick. So I don't quite see what it is assuming you would do if you're not holding it this way. But it just feels completely natural to me to hold it this way. Yeah, notice that, you know, as per Nintendo policy ever since the Wii, they always demonstrate this with somebody wearing the strap for safety. As I said, I find the strap kind of gets in the way, so we are only using that when we need to aggressively swing Joy-Cons around like we do for Switch Sports or something. Using the mouse on your lap. Now, this is interesting. I saw this mentioned as something that was possible, I think, in some of the preview content, but now we'll see how the mouse actually performs on my trousers. Because, of course, you would be expected to accommodate couch play. And yeah, that's exactly the use case that was tested for. Yeah, and Mario, that's what we were talking about earlier. Is I don't think we'd be content with just having a Mario Paint port from the Super Nintendo in the online service, as nice as that would be. I think that given what we've seen so far, I feel like a Mario Paint full-scale revival with a very natural development from things like this Fly Swatter minigame as well is something that I think will happen. It just makes too much sense for it to happen. Especially because now you don't just need a separate mouse and mouse pad, right? Everybody just has it out of the box with their unit. It just makes too much sense to have some kind of, I don't know, Super Mario Paint, or like with Kirby Air Riders, Mario Painters. As long as it has Tataka's song at the beginning when you blow up the title screen, I'll be happy. Sofa is definitely better. Lap is kind of bumpy. Yeah, I guess it depends on what you're wearing. And well, yeah, you want a relatively even surface. Like I said, I have it on high sensitivity right now, so sometimes the mouse is picking up even when I'm just kind of wrapping my fingers around the mouse sensor. I found that when I've been in some of the menus, that sometimes I sort of accidentally get into mouse mode if I hold the Joy-Con in a certain way that has it track against my fingers. You kind of have to go out of your way to do it. You don't really have too much of a risk of, you know, accidentally switching to mouse mode in a critical situation, but it's something that you can kind of do. It's a pretty sensitive thing. And the truth is, they're actually black and white cameras with a resolution of just a handful of pixels. So, yeah, so that part is the mouse sensor, okay. Fewer pixels than Nintendo Switch IR motion camera. It's even fewer than the old Game Boy camera. So how are these cameras used? They check the surface around to see the direction and distance they've moved. I kind of wonder how it compares in terms of DPI. This is then translated into mouse movements. Fun fact, they can capture thousands of photos in a single second. This number may vary depending on the speed of movement. This allows the mouse to capture some very precise movement. Very interesting. Yeah, I'm sure that people who actually know mice can get proper measurements for things like the DPI and polling rate and so on. And Mario, so it seems the controllers have some kind of computer chip. Oh, when it comes to the image processing, are you thinking? Unless it is just data that is processed on the main unit. Kind of like with the Wii remotes back in the day, for example, with the IR reading. You know, the actual processing would be done on the unit. Right? Or am I mistaken? I'm trying to think back. I used to know this stuff. Which is why, again, we're going through stuff like the Welcome Tours, because I used to really dig into hardware like that. It is nice to just see it presented this way. When you're using mouse controls, the Joy-Con 2 controller doesn't just act as a mouse. Gyroscope and mouse can work together to determine which way and by how much you've turned something. Now that's interesting, that it can be used in combination with features like that. This means that you can use the mouse to grab and rotate objects in certain games, which, again, just screams WarioWare. Or Mario Paint, eventually, when they fill out the minigame suite. The mouse can work together with the HD Rumble, too. And I feel like Art Academy could make a comeback while we're at it. This lets you feel different kinds of rumble as you move the cursor around. I would like to see a physical demonstration of this, but I'm sure one is coming. Both have built-in mouse sensors. And you can control 2 mice at once, which is something that is, of course, new, and which is why Nintendo is trying to push it with stuff like Drag X Drive. Drag by Drive. However they say it. Drag cross drive. Okay, let's do the quiz. By using your voice, by nibbling on cheese. I love the frivolous answers. I mean, we won't choose them because we want to check everything off, but we'll read them every time instead of skipping them. I actually don't even remember what the frivolous answers were for the first quiz that we did. I almost want to look over that again just to see. Oh, also, yeah, so this is what just happened. I just kind of like wrapped my fingers around and over where the sensor was, and it switched into mouse mode. I didn't actually put the Joy-Con on the table. I just kind of wrapped my fingers around it and kind of overlaid the sensor, and the motion tracking switched it into mouse mode automatically. Now I'm on the table. And now you can just kind of hot swap like this. Now, when you pick up the Joy-Con again, and we've noticed this in other places in the menu as well, the mouse cursor remains there until you start doing things like moving a stick. Once you start using another input scheme like moving a stick, then it switches back. But, so for example, I've got currently mouse down on a table, mouse picked up on a table, and it's only once you pull on something else that the cursor disappears. Okay, by nibbling on cheese. Where else can they be used? Definitely not on glass windows. If you've ever tried to use a mouse on a glass coffee table, you know exactly why that doesn't work. Which numbered area on a Joy-Con 2 controller shown indicates the mouse sensor? We know that. What does a gyroscope allow you to do? You can take fancy photos of the mouse and compete in art competitions, I wish. You can locate nearby sandwich shops. They should implement that. Oh, I see, because it's a gyroscope, hence, you know, a gyroscope. That's actually pretty funny. Like, you can get your Philly cheesesteak with your Joy-Con. I wonder what that is in other localizations. But, you see, they put some care into the joke answers. They put a little bit of tender, loving care into those. I guess that makes you a mouse sensor sensei. Okay, so, oh yeah, so when we have the map here, it fills out a whole bunch of checkboxes just by reading the tutorial, so each section is just done. With the insights, anyway, we still need to do some of the mini games, and there's a tech demo that we haven't touched as well. Also, it shows you where it is when you thumb over the map. So we just need to scan that whole area, and then we're almost done with section A. First out of 12. So this is actually pretty substantial if you go through it as slowly as I've been doing. Which is why I started early, by the way. I kind of expected to run a long stream to see as much of this as we can. So this isn't exactly a game per se, but give it a try. You'll get to shake the Joy-Con 2 controllers as if they were a pair of maracas. We did see this in some of the video previews as well, but of course it's not the same as feeling it, so. Physics-based calculations are used to make the beads and maracas behave like real beads. I feel like this is something that was like one of the games in 1-2 Switch as well, but with a different sensitivity, I suppose. As the beads shake around inside, the Joy-Con 2 controllers rumble to simulate that effect. Move the beads around inside the maracas and see for yourself what HD Rumble 2 is capable of. Because I remember, so I only ever played 1-2 Switch once. I played it at a pre-release demo event for the Nintendo Switch before I ever actually had the system itself. And so there was a demo area that was kind of like a 1-2 switch party room that the Nintendo representatives were running. And I do kind of remember that there was some kind of Rumble counting game that was used with the original Joy-Cons. Yeah, and Mario, you're saying that other streamers played this and it basically took the whole day. Yeah, I might not be able to do it all in one go. This exhibit requires shaking the Joy-Con 2 controllers attached to straps. Allow adequate room around you during gameplay. You know, we're shaking these. I think I had better actually dig out my strap. Just in case. We don't want to be throwing the controllers in day one. Something that has been a known risk ever since the Wii. So yeah, the straps just clip. They don't have a magnet in them, because the magnetic attachment is just something, as we learned, from the console. But interestingly enough, the release button still releases the strap in the same way. So, shake the bees 20 times, change appearance. Shake a rubber ball 20 times, gently roll the beads. Okay. Let's see. Oh, and you used them both. Okay. Shake a rubber ball 20 times, shake the beads 20 times. Okay. Oh, I see. Because then you can switch to the other one and you can kind of have a ball and a bead. The ball feels really responsive, actually. Like, it feels very kind of bouncy and accurate. When you shake it, you don't really feel an impact necessarily, but when you roll it, you absolutely feel it. Okay. Change the appearance. And then you have to shake it 100 times, because that's what you do. There's a recalibrate button. I wonder... Recalibrate. Oh, yeah, it just recenters it. Let's actually change the appearance again so we can see. So when you recalibrate, it just does a positional reset and just kind of snaps back in a neutral position. So like with a lot of other interactions that we've seen in the past with Joy-Con positioning, you just kind of point in front of you and then everything straightens out. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, actually, it's something that does feel very granular. So, and there's a little bit of sound feedback here as well. I'm trying to determine, is that actually coming from the Joy-Con? Because, you know, HD Rumble in its original form was basically kind of like a speaker. I think they use audio files to send data to the Rumble, because it is, of course, an output that's based on vibration, right? So the HD Rumble files, I remember, were essentially sound files. But, yeah, so you have a little bit of sonic output to this, too. And then, yeah, the ball, you can really feel the bounce. You can really feel it. Maybe not so much off the top when you try to shake it, but, like, definitely the kind of bounce on the bottom. You know, you can feel it at the bottom of the controller, feel it at the base of the controller, rotate a bit. Yeah. Very cute. You shook those maracas like there's no tomorrow. You know what would be interesting? If Hestu makes a comeback in Age of Imprisonment the way that he was a playable character in Age of Calamity. I want his maracas to have this maraca feedback. Hopefully that'll give you a good taste of the HD Rumble 2 feature. Okay. Let's go over here and play this other minigame suite. You have at least 7 medals. Find the strongest Rumble 2 along 2 axes. Well, I don't know if we'll be as accurate this time, because we did extraordinarily well with the last section. Okay. And, oh yeah, we need to get into mouse mode. Click down here. Find where the rumble is the strongest, and yeah, we'll have to go kind of side to side and up and down. Let's... Oh. It's going to be somewhere in this quadrant here. Well, let's try to do one axis at a time, but you have to be pretty accurate about your movement to do that. Maybe. Actually, it's shaking. So watch this. I'm letting go of the controller. The rumble is shaking the controller on the table so much that it's just moving by itself. I've let go of the controller. It's actually shaking itself. I kind of wonder if that would help me locate it. In fact, probably not. Maybe, in fact. Like, if it kind of gets to a neutral equilibrious position, I'm just letting it drift by itself. No, it's probably not this far down. Look at... Okay, let's get our hands on it again. Somewhere around here. See how accurate we can be this time. Love how the music for this is kind of like those quieter sections in Super Mario Galaxy. Okay. Let's see. It's right around here somewhere. I'm just trying to see if we can detect where the sensitivity kind of falls off a little bit. Because basically we're finding the mound around here. It's close to this area, I think. I'm going to say right around here. How far off are... Oh, way off, way off. 66, okay. Not even close. Didn't even get a single medal there. Kind of wish after you fail you could check it to see what it's supposed to feel like, so you have a sense for comparison. Getting closer on this axis. So yeah, you really have to kind of hold the Joy-Con a little more firmly in this one. You can't just let it go because it will slide on a vertical axis by itself. It will not slide on a horizontal axis, interestingly, which is why we didn't see this effect the last time that we played when it was just single axis. But it will shake its way down. I mean, maybe that's just a function of some kind of slight incline to my table or something for all I know, but... Yeah, in Mario, not even the hub areas of Galaxy, but sometimes in Galaxy you have some areas that are kind of rest stops in between the more intense sections where you're just collecting coins or floating around. Actually, no, specifically, you know what it's like. It's like the parts where in Mario Galaxy you're using the pointer to catch the different grapple attachment points that you swing across, and where those are usually scored as quieter moments, right? It feels very much like that, in fact. I'm sure that if I went back to the Galaxy soundtrack, I could corroborate that a bit more accurately, but right now we're just trying to find a vibration somewhere in this area. I know that, like, from a viewer perspective, you're not feeling what I'm feeling, but... Way off. Look how far off I am. 215. It's not even close. We were not even in the ballpark. Okay. Yeah, so, yeah, the strength that we were feeling is not nearly the strength that we should be aiming for. That's what I'm gathering from that we can do a lot better. Find something a lot more intense. Like, basically, we should kind of go left and right until we find a good spot along the x-axis that feels strong, and then we should go up and down to see if it gets more intense in either direction. I don't think we're getting a 1 this time. If you actually grip it a little bit more tightly, then you can kind of feel it by the resistance, because there is a certain resistance to it. Like almost a bit of a texture to the surface. Still way off. 88. This is challenging. Let's try again. But yeah, so I'm trying to find the best way to do this by adjusting my grip. And then there's something very similar in Super Mario Odyssey with the original Rumble as well, you'll remember, where you're walking along the surface and you're trying to find a spot to stop the star. Because that was very much meant to be a Year 1 HD Rumble showcase as well, you'll recall. Okay, it drops off on that axis, so let's maybe scan around over here. See if it gets more intense this way. Yeah, it's definitely picking up near the top. Actually, the thing about finding the strongest rumble is I wonder if it consistently sort of plateaus at a certain point. I was kind of assuming that everything sort of gravitates towards a certain peak, that if you just kind of find a single peak, that everything rises towards it. That may not be the case. It may be that you have an uneven surface overall, and you actually need to compare two completely separate points. But maybe not, because we're still we're not necessarily within the ballpark, but we seem to be sort of on the same part of the curve. I wish it would kind of give you a visualization of where you are on the curve afterwards, so you can see what kind of surface we're dealing with in terms of the distribution and the peaks and the valleys. I feel like we can do stronger than that, but somewhere along here, we haven't quite found it yet. Oh, this is a little more intense here. Okay, now this is definitely closer. Let's try to pinpoint it. Just try to trace the lines. Closer. 52. Still not great. Still not within metal range, but yeah. I don't think that 4K TV is your real obstacle to 100% completion, particularly if you want to go for a true third metal on this one, right, where you're within a range of 3, like we saw in the first exercise. Seems like it would be extremely difficult to do, unless you have a very, very fine motor sensitivity. But yeah, you just kind of travel very slowly along the grid when you start feeling. You just try to find where it's rising in intensity. But the curve is gradual enough in some places that it's hard to tell when it is rising until you've really noticed it spike. Which is why we've been way, way off every time. I get somewhere in this area. Maybe we can scan a little faster to find it first. Oh. I'm just trying to do a bit of a wider search in this area to see if we trigger any particular point. Maybe that's a better approach. Just trying to find it. Somewhere around here. Getting closer. Okay, I'm going to say right here. I feel like we're actually a lot closer this time. Because I really kind of have to grip the controller now to stop it from drifting from vibrations. Yeah. 35. Okay, we've got one medal. Getting better at this, slightly. Yeah, we're not going for a third medal in this one. I'm beginning to see that that's not likely to happen except accidentally. Anyway, let's find a range. The range is going to be somewhere around here. I liked how it just gives you a little bit of a mouse trail to trace where you're going. It's something that maybe makes it a little easier to watch as well. But yeah, we just need to scan around smoothly first, and we just kind of find our search area. And the search area is going to be around here somewhere, and we just kind of circle in, I think, and we might be able to establish a range a little more accurately that way. We can find a particular approach to it. Here, for instance, I feel like this is getting really close. Yeah, because again, I'm feeling a lot of that resistance now on my grip on the controller. Oh, it's somewhere around here. We just don't have a good point of comparison between the different bumps. I feel like it's going to be pretty close. This location. Maybe somewhere right along this line. We're just trying to find it. Okay, gonna go with that. Nope, still off. 48. We were kind of headed in the right direction. And did not quite get there. Yeah, we'll try to hit that 20, though. Okay. Closer. Where are we now? Getting closer. Yeah, we've got the area. It's like right around here. We just need to find the epicenter. Maybe it helps to kind of circle around it. Oh. Might actually be as far down as here. We were actually way off initially then. Yeah, we were way, way off. It's a lot stronger. Just going to check in either direction here to see if it gets more intense. I'd say the peak is somewhere pretty close. Hmm, 54, okay. We'll see if we can do the 20. We might not be able to, at least not right away. Right around here. Close by anyway. We need to scan. Yeah, we're kind of along this line. Maybe if we just have a vertical line to work with, then we try to focus on that axis. Again, without a good idea of how the distribution is actually created and what it looks like and how much variation there is, we'll have to do it in the purest sense of totally doing this by feel. Close by. Just trying to get a good comparison of where it would be most intense. I feel like this thing really would kill the battery. Hey, there we go. Exactly 20. Okay, we're satisfied with that. We're not doing better. Yeah, that's how we kind of really focused on one particular X coordinate and focused on Y coordinate. That seemed to be a better approach. Truly astounding. Seems you're able to gauge the strength of the rumble quite well. Part 3. So what would that be? It would start to get three-dimensional or something. I wouldn't be surprised if it did, where you kind of have to do a vertical, you know, movement on it as well off the table. play with 3 axes, or I don't know how advanced it'll get, but we'll come back here when we have the medals that are required. So these 2 activities are locked off for the time being, which means that if we look at the map, we can't return to either of those yet. There is one more that I should be able to hit, and we have to find where it is at one of the other stations. So it's not going to tell me where it is, so we'll just have to look around and see what else has the yellow indicator. I felt like we had bypassed something earlier that had that, but let's look around. Maybe people in the desk could help. Nope. We'll just leave it. So who has the activity that we've missed? Whatever it may be. It's not something down here, that's just quizzes. This is just a gate. There's one more activity. And in terms of order, let's take a look at this again. Oh, it may be that it's not unlockable yet, that it has to be unlockable in sequence, perhaps. Which is why we don't see it indicated, because maybe the other ones that are already discoverable can just be found. So yeah, let's just assume that it has not unlocked yet. And let's proceed to section B at long last. Did you get all the stamps in Area A to Joy-Con 2L area yet? Yes, I did. You got everyone? Last one, good job. Area B up ahead can be a little slippery, so watch your step. Nintendo Switch 2 console area. The main event. Okay, looking at the map here. Few minigames, lots of tech demos, lots of things to inspect. Also, yeah, 87% on the information center. Well, we know that because we know we're missing a couple of medals. I wonder if the third medals don't count towards 100%. I feel like that would have to be the case, that, you know, this is absolutely just a bonus. But let's see what they have to say. We'll walk around this way. There's a minigame where you need to guess the frame rate. This is my time to shine. Now, remember, we are streaming this at 60 FPS. I'm also on a display that has this at 60. So if we need to distinguish 60 from 120, we're not going to beat this. Unless we just guess. Game is shown on a screen when you play a game changes rapidly. And it's the frame rate. Nintendo Switch 2 can reach up to 120 FPS. I think the main screen display, like the portable display, actually will hit 120 if you want to do this portably. But again, I would not be able to show it while streaming. But we would be able to distinguish 120 from everything other than 60, I guess. Yeah, the thing is, please switch to tabletop mode or handheld mode or connect a 120Hz compatible TV. So it detects that you don't have something currently that is displaying at 120. And if it's not outputting at 120, then it doesn't let you play. Okay, so, yeah. So I would have to... I can't stream this. I would have to do it in handheld mode. And I couldn't legitimately pass this here in streamer mode anyway. Unless I decided to move my streaming setup over to a different area entirely. Well, no, it's not really feasible with the way I have my equipment set up. So we will just have to bypass that one, I think. Or I might have to do it. If we have to fill in medals to hit certain requirements, then I will do that part off stream in handheld. I got one question wrong. Let's learn. HDR, VRR, 120Hz, and more. That sounds fascinating. Nice little technical tutorial in those concepts, too, for people who are not familiar, I suppose. crisp and detailed screen. I haven't had much use with the portable screen yet. When I was trying out Mario Kart earlier, I pulled it out to see it, and it's really pops with color. Particularly in comparison to the, more muted look, I think, that you get from the Switch 1 screen sometimes. I never had an OLED, so I'm just talking about the original launch Switch. Anyway, pixels, yeah, is 1080p. 2.25 times the resolution of the Nintendo Switch console, which was 720. It's the highest resolution ever used on a Nintendo console. It would be nice if displays eventually are cheap enough that you could have something at this resolution that also has off-screen 3D, glasses-free 3D, the way that 3DS did. Because the 3DS did that by overlaying two displays on top of each other. The issue with that was that it was obviously a little bit low resolution. But if you could eventually have something like the same kind of tech, but with 1080p screens, that would be wonderful, because you could really do full 3D cinema just on your portable screen. And the technology exists, it's just it would be expensive to put together and sell. For the size of the pixels, they're the smallest of any Nintendo console to date. One thing, by the way, is that the Switch 2, as people who have it will have noticed, it's pretty huge. I actually did put it next to my Wii U gamepad for comparison earlier today, and it is closer to the gamepad size than it is to the original Switch's size, for sure. Having the most pixels and the smallest pixels provides a crisper, more detailed screen. Okay. Bright light. The Nintendo Switch 2 screen can produce some very bright light. It's HDR compatible. 1.77 million different types of light and color. Oh, that was for the original Switch, yeah. And the screen you're looking at right now is a simple image that doesn't use HDR. If we were to enable HDR, it would look like this. Note that this image is just for reference. In a non-HDR image, there's very little difference in brightness between the most vivid parts of the explosion and the area around it. In the HDR image, the brighter areas can shine very brightly, while the darker parts remain unchanged. But don't worry, we took care not to make it too bright. So yeah, just a, high dynamic range, exactly as it says on the tin. Yeah, some of these are labeled as a little tricky, probably because there's just a lot of information to remember. I think that's probably what the trickiness rating is. It's just how much you need to process before you take the quiz. 120 Hz compatible. And Nintendo Switch console screen changes images up to 60 times per second. You'll notice, by the way, that officially Nintendo never refers to the Switch as the Switch 1. They keep referring to it by its actual brand name, which is a Nintendo Switch. And that, since they're adhering to that pretty strictly, when we're reading about the Switch in comparison to the Switch 2, we have to tread carefully sometimes and read precisely what it says. So a rate of 120 times per second will mean the movement looks twice as smooth. Mouse movement will appear smoother. Using the right stick to look around will feel smoother, and scrolling the screen will look smoother. Assuming that the game actually renders it that, of course. The world appears to you 1/120th of a second faster. Okay. Here's another thing about Nintendo Switch 2 console screen. It can make games feel less choppy. There's some kind of... Oh yes, variable refresh rate. Yeah. Well, this would be on the main screen, not on my current monitor, obviously, so... This is just sort of exaggerated as a demonstration, I guess. Frame rate can become choppy. Takes a little longer than normal to draw each picture. And... So, yeah. Suddenly the pictures would update at half the rate, only 30 times a second. The update rate can be changed on the fly to match the image completion rate. The video is purely for reference. And it is a touchscreen, of course. I should actually see. I forgot to check if there's a touchscreen sensitivity setting the way there was for Switch 1. You know, where you can have a stylus setting if you were somebody who was using a stylus for either drawing or Mario Maker. This is interesting that it supports multi-touch. I didn't know that. Which has some interesting implications for developers who might be porting over from things like iOS. I actually didn't know that this had multi-touch, which is why we're learning about it. I got one question wrong, yeah. Let's do this. Yeah, so again, we're a bit limited in what we can demonstrate on stream here, but... Pickles! Fuzzy pickles! And... No silly answer this time. And then there's 120. Just speed through it. And then VRR. I love how there's VAR for those of you who follow video-assisted refereeing and all the related controversial calls in the sport of your choice. VIP as well. How many points? 10. But what do you do if you have 11 fingers? There we go, perfect. That was as smooth can be. So yeah, we can't do the 120 FPS game right now. Like I said, if we want to fill in the middles, we'll do it off stream. Let's do the tech demo if we can, because it may or may not be visible. HDR experience, yes. And of course, right now we're not seeing it on the Switch's home screen, the Switch 2 screen. We're going to be seeing it on my docked video output. So we'll see if it comes through on a docked video output through my capture card. Brightness will depend on your TV's HDR capabilities, and in this case, our video capture. So, oh, please switch to tabletop mode or handheld mode or connect an HDR compatible TV. Yeah, we're just going to have to skip most of this section, I think, because it detects that my docked output is currently not docked to HDR. You can try to Super Mario Bros. Demo here, and it's probably detecting as well that it's not outputting at 4K. So we will just really have to miss most of the display section. But that's okay, because we're not able to record it at a way to properly demonstrate it anyway, so. We did see this part in the demo as well. So, in the demo that was released by Nintendo back in April. Because this is the one that fits the entirety of 1-1 onto a single screen. I don't know if this will let me. It'll probably give me the same warning about not outputting at 4K currently, or maybe not. We'll see. Experienced a vastness of 4K. Enter a pipe and complete the course. Complete the course is Fire Mario. Exhibits... Yeah, requires stick and button controls. Stick? No, D-pad. Surely it's playable with D-pad. It is, of course, playable with, well, the D buttons, rather. So yeah, we are, in fact, allowed to play this at 1080p. It's just hard to see, probably. Okay. Oh. And mind a Goomba. Oh, whoops. Yep, like I said, mind a Goomba, because... Yeah, we'll enter the pipe because it's one of the conditions, but of course, as usual, we'll pop the one up. That's what we always do here. Every time anybody tries to make some kind of reference to this course, we know they're taking it seriously by checking the one up. Oh, you know what? It's Super Mario Brothers 1. We're not allowed to go backwards because this is actually an accurate representation of the original software, where when you're past this point, this is the left screen boundary. So by scrolling this far ahead, we are ahead of the left screen boundary, and we're not allowed to reverse past that point, so we'll have to enter a different pipe. Oh, also, the one-up mushroom is the bonus objective. Yeah, and Ed Mario is just saying, is Super Mario Brothers on NES that small? Well, if you are doing it relative to the pixel count of 4K. Obviously, the distance we've covered right now is denoted as the equivalent to about 1700 pixels. That's only true if you have a 4K output. And because... yeah, for scale, so here, 1920 right here. Or rather, well, it shows you how much the screen is extended. So what we're actually looking at right now is displayed as 1920 wide. But if you were looking at a 4K display, 1920-ish pixels would be right around this part, with the width that has been measured so far. So yeah, we missed the opportunity to go into the underground because I didn't really think about how we would actually still have to obey the left side boundary of the screen. So let's just achieve some of this and we'll try it again to do the pipe entry. Yeah. And let's see what we can do here. Oh, we're totally gonna miss the flag. Incredible. Yeah, so let's do it again with the pipe. I mean, it's a tech demo. It's not really a tracked achievement, but... oh, you know what? Oh no, it just goes back into... yeah, it loops around back to the beginning. That's fine. We'll just enter a pipe and show it off just to tick that box, and even though we're not really doing anything particularly completionist here. Yeah. There we go. And look at how it does the subworld, by the way, that it aligns the subworld accordingly. And then sends you out on the other side. Does it extend the entire screen to show you? No, it doesn't. It only shows you the parts that have been loaded. Look at that. So this gives you a firmer idea of what the left side boundary is. And you see, once again, we're against the left screen boundary. Because every time you extend the screen, look at this. Every time you extend the screen, right? If the right side boundary moves forward, the left side boundary also moves forward. And so by the SMB1 original software, this is the limit of where we're allowed to go. It's just that in this particular demonstration, it saves the image on screen of what you have traversed so far, but you're still only able to traverse the bounds of the original game. And we'll totally miss the flag. And yeah, Casio Prompt, we did get the pipe that time. Where? There we go. Okay, let's get out of here. Experience the vastness of my 1080p stream pretending to be 4K. That's what it's like mapping each pixel from an old Super Mario Brothers game onto a 4K screen. We will have to, again, try it on a proper 4K screen eventually. And meanwhile, we'll just skate and skate and skate. Whoop. There sure are a lot of stamps on the edge of this area, huh? I didn't think there would be this many. And lots of quizzes, but we need to find relevant educational cards first, I guess. Oh, well, no, we have to talk to them first, and then they pop up the cards, so let's do that. Microphone. You learn about things like noise reduction, voice level balancing, more. So, interestingly enough, I actually did test out the Game Chat microphone earlier with my current setup at my streaming desk. So, at the volume that I'm currently speaking into my streaming microphone, it actually picks up perfectly well on the Switch 2 microphone, even though the Switch 2 is sitting in its dock is a couple feet away from me with my current setup. And so that's kind of interesting. It actually does pick up my voice at an acceptable quality such that if we were ever to stream something where I'm also using voice communication over the Game Chat system, we can do that, and the two different tasks and the two different microphones aren't going to interfere with each other. Like, I can just use the same setup out of the box. Let's hear about it. Microphone and chip. Built-in microphone designed to improve the game chat experience. Aside from the microphone, console also contains a chip which makes people's voices easier to hear. This is handy for when you want to chat as you play. Whoops, we're still looking at the same card. Let's cancel that. That's because we're skating and slipping. Let's walk on this side so we can actually... Oh, maybe not. We do in fact have to read the correct side of the board. Noise reduction for games. And it uses a form of noise reduction that's been customized for playing games. And the noise reduction function doesn't just focus on spoken words. Yeah, because I suppose it would have to reduce feedback from your display as well. It's also designed to preserve mood and emotions. Probably just something referring to the EQ. Take the sound of clapping. If you just wanted to convey words, this sound would be treated as noise and reduced. I see. So it's balanced in such a way that it's not just a noise-only filter the way that it would be for something like a telephone conversation, where a lot of stuff that is not your voice would just be aggressively filtered out. We balance this so that the clapping doesn't go away, letting you immerse in the vibrant, positive atmosphere. So yeah, it's basically EQ'd quite a bit differently from, and filtered differently from how something like a phone or the kind of default settings for something like, video chat on a computer would be. Yeah, let's not just words, but mood and emotions too. Well, I mean, let's see, noisy console sounds. And it reduces unwanted background noise, such as the sound of a vacuum cleaner. Well, yeah, I guess because when you're docked, there's also the fan inside the dock that is right next to the unit, as well as anything internal to the unit that might be humming. The Nintendo Switch 2 microphone also picks up sounds from the console itself, but then because it knows what to filter out, it can just do that, right? Yeah, so here we go. It picks up the sound from the Nintendo Switch 2 console's air vent. Air vent is positioned right next to the microphone, so it ends up being much louder than the person's voice. But yeah, because if you know exactly what kind of frequency you're dealing with, then you can just reduce that. With the chip, this loud noise is completely erased. Also, it even removes the snapping noise that you hear when you attach the Joy-Con 2 controllers to the main body. It's been designed to reduce as much external noise as possible so that others can hear you. Very interesting. Racing game sounds. Yeah, because, like I said, the feedback from the game itself, be it from the Switch speakers or from your display speakers, would also have to be filtered. But yeah, because the unit knows what sounds are being produced from the game output, then it knows exactly what it has to reduce, right? Like, it knows exactly what it has to subtract. Noise that gets reamplified like this is called feedback, and that would hurt your ears. Chip does his best to remove these game sounds and prevent feedback, although realistically, there can be all sorts of sounds coming out of a TV. So removing them can be difficult, and game sounds are also sent to the chip. And the chip selectively removes these sounds based on the sound quality and acoustics. Oh, interesting. The chip removes sounds coming from speakers to avoid feedback. Yeah, we tested on that. There will be a quiz. Casio Prompt, you were saying, fun fact, all these miniaturized people are living on your Nintendo Switch 2 right now. Yeah. Wish I could skin them as Pikmin, right? Wouldn't that make a lot of sense? The console's chip is designed to make voices easier for you to hear. And yeah, so it basically EQs everybody who's involved in the conversation because they're all at different distances from the microphone. So this is just a normalization of whatever they've isolated as the voice data. Voice volume differs depending on the mode. In handheld mode, the console will be close to you. TV mode. So I wonder if it does that based on whether it is in the dock. Oh, I can't imagine that it is. I think it would have to just be based on distance. But maybe there's kind of a preset from when it is in handheld that the chip adjusts for. Who knows? You'll be able to hear people's voices at about the same volume. Yeah, because it could just do this just purely adjusting, just normalizing for distance. And on top of that, even if there are several people in front of the TV all talking loudly, you can see that everybody's kind of in their Mario Party Jamboree pose here. They've kind of demonstrated this with the camera in a couple of videos. The chip takes account of their individual voices and balances out their volume. Interesting. I feel like this has potentially interesting surveillance applications. But I guess the people who would be interested in surveillance applications would already have better equipment for that. And very similar tech. Okay. Which component designed for game chat is built into the Nintendo Switch 2 console? It'll be interesting, by the way, if, eventually you have something where Nintendo's internal data gathering of things that are said over game chat and such are actually, I don't know, subpoenaed as evidence or something. In some case where the microphone on a Switch was a critical piece of evidence. Anyway, a tiny conversation partner. Okay, let's do that. So yeah, the silly answer is not always the fourth one. One type of sound is not removed to provide a more enjoyable experience. Which one? Food blender noise, obviously. The sound of one hand clapping. I guess it would be other people sitting around you in the room who are clapping. I mean, because if you're holding the controllers, you're not the one who's going to be clapping, right? Presumably. Unless you're specifically playing a clapping game. Like, for instance, if they reintroduced the Donkey Kong bongos, which have a clap input. The buzzing noise comes from angry bees, obviously. And it's payback. Yeah, I mean, if you routinely subject terrible audio on your viewers, then yeah, it's definitely payback. Chip in a Nintendo Switch 2 console is designed to make voices easier for you to hear. Balances the size of their mouse. That's very good. I mean, I guess technically it does, just indirectly. It's almost like a sort of standardized testing question, like for the SAT or LSAT or something, right? Where the answer that's sort of implied one step away is not the answer you want to give. But implicitly, it balances for the size of the mouse, I guess. Masterful, a flawless victory. I think you might know more about microphones than I do. Game cards. The red game cards, the game card slot, and some other stuff. Yeah, the game card slot is quite a bit different now. In terms of how the hatch actually opens, so let's listen to it. You take a peek inside a game card, you'll see it's quite different from a Nintendo Switch game card. The read speed is about 5 times faster. However, some games may be doing more in the background than just loading. So it's not guaranteed to load around 5 times faster. Higher total capacity, yeah, that's been the subject of some dispute, of course, in that the fact that Nintendo is only issuing them in 64 gigs has sort of led a whole bunch of the third-party developers to just issue download keys instead. Because that's the optimal and cost-effective route for them, apparently. This doesn't explicitly tell you that it's the minimum 64, but maybe it does elsewhere. Nintendo Switch game cards are black, Nintendo Switch 2 game cards are red. And yeah, inside this system, they're interoperable. We don't actually have any physical games with the red Switch 2 cards yet. So far, I've only been trying out my various Switch 1 games, and this Welcome Tour obviously is digital exclusive, and we also have Mario Kart digitally from the bundles, so we don't have a red card yet, and the first one that we likely will have will be Donkey Kong Bonanza next month. And yeah, I suppose there's a mechanism here that prevents it from being inserted into Switch 1. So I would presume that this is what the notch is for. It's very similar to the mechanism that was used for the kind of GB and GBA backward compatibility way back when, I think. When a game card is inserted into the card game slot, it checks to see if the game card has this shape. Oh, okay, so it also detects on the Switch 2's end what kind of cartridge it is, because obviously it's not going to detect color. And it changes the way it reads the data based on this. Right, because if it's reading from Switch 1, it would also be in the backward compatibility mode in terms of how things are being loaded in, I guess. But and yeah, they're interoperable rather with both types of cards. And yeah, all this is pretty straightforward. It's a quiz. And capacity, well, having more labels is entirely plausible. And there's nothing here about how it tastes, you'll see. I mean, technically it does make it lighter if it's a notch that loses a tiny bit of mass. I love how it didn't give you a silly option there, like none of the above. You have, in fact, found someone who cares about game cards as much as you do. You've taken quite a few. Oh, what's the other insight? You can change mouse sensitivity in system settings. Yeah, I did that already. I went through that during setup. Okay, now let's take a look at the units here to see if we can actually label all the different parts. Upper USB connector, because now there's a connector on top and bottom, so if you're docked with, or rather, in the tabletop mode, you can still charge from up top. Gives you the little lighting mechanism like back on the original Game Boy Advance, which didn't have a backlight. Perhaps. Audio jack. Good old 3.5. And here's the game start slot. We'll just label everything. The microphone is right here. Microphone making a comeback from the DS and 3DS line, where it was very occasionally used for those little blow on the console inputs or shouting for a cannon to get your cannon in Phantom Hourglass. Air vents. And let's see what else it will give me here. This is the brightness sensor. Oh yeah, because then it'll auto-adjust the screen brightness based on the ambient brightness of the room, I guess. That's what it's for. Volume. Yeah. And then power button, as always. What is this? Oh, it goes to this lower level here. Interesting. I never thought we'd get to take a look around somewhere like this. Oh, because we're going to look at the magnetic connections. Yeah. Here we are. Magnetic connector left. Attaches to the console. Anything else to look at over here? Well, not from this location. We'll have to go back up top. Oh, and we can run. We were told that at the very beginning. Okay, and yeah, that demo we couldn't do, this demo we couldn't do, but we'll look at more parts if we can. Left speaker. How's that a left speaker? Oh yeah, because we're at the bottom of the unit, that's right. You can tilt. Yes, you can. Air intake. I missed a couple of things. Let's just stamp everything. USB Type-C connector on the bottom half. And where will that eventually take us? That will take us over to the grip, which we'll look at in a bit. But let's finish up this area first. Okay, we missed something on the other end, I think. Well, we also haven't really explored the middle of the display very much. And we'll see how much we can actually see, given all the things about the display that we have not really been able to witness so far. That goes to area L. We'll label the other magnetic connector, obviously, down here. And should be it for this area. But we'll go back to see what it was we missed between those two. What is this? A lost item. Yeah, there's another quiz section over here that we haven't looked at yet, plus some other demonstrations. We've just been doing the quizzes in this area so far. We haven't actually looked at more demos for a while. The console stand. Oh, I bet there's a way you can flip to the back of the unit to label the console stand, perhaps. Because that's one thing we have not done. You'll only have to make one stop to read these. Yeah, it's not like there's a lot to talk about. You can use it to prop the console up. Much less fragile than the little strip that would snap off the original Switch. It is still a covering for the micro SD, though. Oh, yeah, that is probably one thing that we should look for when it comes to something we haven't labeled yet if we have access to the back. Opens up to 150 degrees, so yeah. It's pretty firm and stable. Actually, it does not sit loosely in at any angle. Different shape from the Switch consoles, and is picturing the OLED model because it's just too embarrassed to show you the original, I suppose. Which was pretty flimsy. More space in the middle to make the fan and the battery bigger and add new antennas. Yeah, it's already a pretty large unit. As a result, the console is now able to perform more calculations. Aluminum alloy, which is very light and robust. It's about as light and robust as a material known as extra super duralumin, which is used in airplanes and spacecraft. Wonder what the silly answer will be when we're asked about that. U-shaped. I love how the diagram gives you a sense of what it would be like to see it V-shaped. It's as light and robust as Benjamin. Perfect. Yeah, one more section for those quizzes, but let's see if I can find... Well, yeah, I don't know that we're able to actually see the back of the unit. label it. Let me take a look here. Where were we? Stamps. Yeah, because we never actually had a stamp for the stand or the slot underneath it. So, wonder if it is supposed to be accessible. Maybe it's not. Maybe we just have to skate around the main display. Oh yeah, there we go. The main display is in fact the last one here. Touchscreen. We labeled everything. Okay. So, looking at this, yeah, right, there's the additional demo station that we haven't been to yet, and we'll see if any other minigames are actually doable for us in this area. Oh, there's another quiz. Let's do that. Speakers. A tightly sealed box. Speaker parts haven't actually changed. Same ones in the OLED model. They function better on the Switch 2 console. The speaker parts are placed in a box. Oh, interesting. Ah, okay, so directionally speaking, then it is a bit more of a controlled output. Yeah, because it's, if there's a gap where sound can leak out, it may cancel out the sound from the front, or it may come out muffled. And so it uses the same speaker parts as before. The sound come out more accurately. Very interesting, actually. Box is cushioned. Spongy cushions attached on the top and bottom. Well, yeah, I mean, it would vibrate from sound output. If other parts were to end up shaking, the sound would get muddied and it wouldn't come out as intended. Yeah, as much as people were describing the Welcome Tour as potentially just sort of instruction manual or something that you put together, actually, to a great degree, this is just the engineers wanting to show off their work. Speakers are parts that turn sound data into sound. When that sound enters your ears, for various reasons, it doesn't sound like the original data. In order to make the sound close to the original data, we edit the sound as played through the speakers. Huh, interesting. We record and analyze the sound of the speakers and calculated how to edit the sound in advance. So there's a sort of built-in rebalancing that happens. Nintendo Switch 2 has a faster computer. It's able to process sounds in high quality. And the speakers are designed to fit as tightly as possible inside the console. Because of this, they actually slope diagonally downward a little. By editing the sound, we managed to make it sound as if the speakers are facing forward. Huh. Curious. Alright, let's take a quiz. What is it about the box that houses the speakers inside of the Nintendo Switch 2 console that helps it produce sound as accurately as possible? It's made out of rubber. It's filled with water. That would be very curious indeed, and heavier. Sandwiched by cushions and thin slices of bread. I don't like the idea of the bread. Which direction do the speakers inside of the Switch 2 console point? Diagonally downward. Done. Well, you got all the answers right. Give it up for our new Rising Star. Okay, trivia's all done. Let's do the activities if we can. Back 7 medals already. Time for the grand opening. The minigame of your life. You can touch up to 10 points simultaneously with your fingers. Okay, we can't do this on stream. for the obvious reason. Because it is something that's going to be touch only. Also, we'll have a nice microfiber cloth handy afterwards to clean up our mess. And that's a really interesting concept. We just can't show it. Because we just, yeah, can't really do video capture with the touchscreen input. So I bet it warns you that you can't. Yep, tabletop mode or handheld mode. So some of this is unstreamable. I wonder if anybody has managed to find some other way to capture footage of it. I mean, I guess if you have a USB output that just kind of... Oh, you wouldn't just be able to trick the system into thinking it's docked and giving it a regular video output because it detects that it has to be in handheld or tabletop. So I guess people might have filmed this off screen. But you probably can't get a direct video output feed out of it. At least not very conveniently. Let's take a look at this. And hopefully this is a demo that we can actually witness. Oh, noise reduction. Featured microphone on the Nintendo Switch 2 console. So let's see if we are going to speak into the microphone or something here. I'm just going to remain in my seat here and speak into my streamer mic, and we'll see what picks up. I guess that's why the techies call it noise reduction. Turn on a vacuum cleaner or something and see what's made quieter. Oh, well, we don't really have a good way to do that. But yeah, I wish I kind of had something like a musical instrument here or something that I can use. I don't think we have a good way to actually show this. Particularly not a way that would be accurately represented on stream, unless of course it shows you a sort of before and after with the noise reduction. We can take a look at it, but I don't think we can actually show this properly. Unless I have a vacuum cleaner handy. Record audio and play back your recording. Yeah, because, I don't know, let me see if I can get some kind of noise generation or... Actually, you know what? Maybe this will work as is, because I am kind of on speaker right now, and so there is a bit of ambient noise from the game itself, and if that's the case, then maybe it'll pick up and eliminate that, and it'll demonstrate eliminating the feedback. I don't know, we'll see. Except, of course, now there's nothing in the background. However, as you can see on the display is showing you how my voice is currently being picked up. But what I can demonstrate with this, at least, even if we can't quite demonstrate the noise reduction, is basically how in my current setup, even though I'm some distance from the console, how it's being picked up relative to the console volume. So let me see if we can find something appropriate to read for this. Unless somebody wants to suggest some Shakespeare, of course, but we will try to pull something up. Okay, let's see if I can find an appropriate text. We're not doing the entirety of the Rime of the Ancient Mariner like last time, but let's maybe pull up some other Coleridge. Just because we can. So it's not going to show the voice reduction, but it will show you what the console is picking up. In Xanadu did Kublai Khan a stately pleasure dome decree, where Alpha the sacred river ran. Oh, okay, so it only clips a little bit. That's fine, let's play it. In Xanadu did Kublai Khan a stately pleasure dome decree. I'm glad it cut it off at the right place. Of course, it doesn't show you the noise reduction, but we knew that. But we can get a sense of what the console is hearing from the way that I'm speaking, and in fact, you will have a bit of an accurate comparison as to what was picked up from my streamer mic and what was picked up from the console mic. If we have a good way to demonstrate the noise reduction, we will. And yeah, and Mario, you're saying nice microphone usage. Well, that's what microphones are for. Did the console remove the unwanted noise for you? Well, we didn't really play any. I mean, yeah, if I had something that I could use here to generate some noisy audio, I would have done so, but that's okay. We saw it. Is there something else that we needed to cash in our medals for here? I don't think there was. I think we're essentially done with what we can show in this section, which unfortunately wasn't very much. We do have the lost item that we can return if we want to do that now instead of later. Because we just need to get back to section A to do it, unless there's a closer point. So yeah, we showed very little in terms of the interactives there, but hopefully that'll pick up a bit when we have a section that's not so dependent on things like the portable screen. Oh, yeah, no, that's the one that we had to skip. So let's go to Area C, probably. Because once you unlock all of this, you can proceed. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, we can't do these. This sounds conceptually like a really interesting game. I just can't show it. Let's see about that section I that way. We'll try to do things in alphabetical order, I guess, despite how I usually play. I don't think it unlocks out of order anyhow, so... Here's section C. And it has lit up in such a way that they will let me in. You got every last one. Way to go. You can head on through. For people who like fast travel. More buttons. Looks like there's something else that demonstrates the angle of the stand as well. But anyway, let's see what's going on here. Plus button. And we'll just label everything. And there we are. Okay, so what do we got? R button. And I suppose we'll just continue walking here for ZR, matching what happened with the other Joy-Con. And then there's some steps that come down here, interesting. Where will this take us? The lost item. Someone dropped it by the R button. Right, and then all the attachment points as before on the lower deck. We'll eventually get there. But in the meantime, let's see where the information card is for the stick. There we go. I have already accidentally tapped the C button more than once out of muscle memory for tapping the home button in the original Nintendo Switch. Then what else can we scrape for around here? We're missing one thing. Probably just a connector on the lower deck. Let's, or not the connectors even, but things like the cell buttons. Something between the right stick and the home button that we missed over, but we'll see. Let's just fill in the list. And yeah, a lot of this is just equivalent to what was on the other side. Release button down here as before. And mouse feet. Yeah, we missed something up top. We'll determine what that is. Clear LED, yep. And we'll come back for everything else. Another mouse foot, so what did we miss? Something about a right stick. We got a home button, we got a C button. What did we not look at? That goes to area E. Got these 4 buttons here. I mean, I guess I can see what was equivalent in area A. After the stick. Yeah, because you had these 4. We're missing something else then. What do we not label? Label both these buttons. Label the connectors. We missed one thing somewhere. Yeah, we saw ZL and ZR here. We saw the magnetic connector, didn't we? Thought we had. So I wonder what we did not tag. Don't really see a natural candidate for that. Whoops. Oh, there's another one here. NFC touch point. Ah, yes, of course. Because, yeah, there's a second card here because this is, as before, where you scan the amiibo. Didn't think to check that as a separate card. So yeah, once you label everything, you can just proceed. But of course, we'll try to actually do some mini games for once since we've had to skip so many in the display section. Need 1 minute to play this game. Guess the angle. Wait, so do we actually have to physically... Yes, we do. So this is also tabletop only. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, no, I see what this is. So you set the angle of the system yourself, and then you have to determine accurately what angle you created, perhaps. Or no, maybe it tells you the angle that you have to create, and you have to try to replicate it. That makes more sense because, you know, otherwise you could just create any extreme figure you want, like all the way closed or all the way open, and create something that would be easy to read. So I would assume that it would give you an angle, and then you have to angle the system appropriately, and then the gyroscope inside would detect accordingly. Very interesting. Let's take a look at this. Is this something I can do? You got the hang of mouse controls yet? They'll let you zip all over the place. Okay, so this is basically roll goal, if you remember that from Twilight Princess. Actually, there was a very similar minigame in Kirby and the Forgotten Land as well, except this time it will be with the mouse control. And we have to do it quickly. Speed maze, long walls. Okay. Hurry to the goal without touching the sides. Alright. Oh, whoop, we touched the sides. Whoop. Nope. Just turning the corner a little quickly here. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this at super high sensitivity. Nope. Overshooting a bit. No. I have to turn that corner very precisely. Shows you how, you know, pointing to a target accurately is not too hard for me, but actually rounding corners accurately is something that we rarely have to do in any context. It's usually just kind of approximate my way point A to point B. That's a little better. Yeah, because I'm trying to just flick it right to the appropriate distance, and then flick it left, and then... There we go. potted that thing. Not getting a third medal for it, but I wonder how quick you have to be. I wonder if there's a hard mode that unlocks past this point. Maybe for far more tokens. Like a harder maze. More layouts. That was amazing. My eyes couldn't even keep up. Okay, let's do it. Speed maze up and down. Shaped a little differently, and you'll really need to zig and zag. How much time are we given this time? Yeah, 3 seconds. Different grip, of course, to do it this way. Hurry to the goal without touching the sides. Can't just do it in one axis and flick your wrist. Nope. Oh. Getting a little better, at least. That's a tight corner. What about finding a good starting point, actually? I'm gonna get there eventually. Really zapping that thing. It's actually not like roll goal at all, despite initial appearances. It's just literally just mouse pathing accuracy. You see, mouse pointing accuracy is something that you use a lot in other games, but mouse tracking accuracy along a path I find is something that I've rarely actually had to play in any context. So, we managed to get the medal though, so got that. Again, I wonder how tough the third medal will be, but I think we'll let other people find out. Is there a part 3? We're winding up and down those passages like a yo-yo on a deadline. 42 medals. We're nowhere there yet, so... You have that many? Okay. Any other games in this section? It looks like it might potentially be a 3 and 4 here. It might also be perhaps a second guessed angle without hints. So I would assume that we can't proceed further with the minigames. However, we have a tech demo booth that we should find. And also some quizzes. Yeah. We'll do the quizzes and tech demo number 5. I know what you're thinking. This isn't a game. It's a tech demo. You know what? We're screenshotting that. That seems like it's valuable discussion board ammunition. And you're right, but give it a try. You'll get to hear the sounds the Joy-Con 2 controllers can make. HD Rumble 2 creates rumble. It can actually make its own sounds. Yep, that we know. Oh, it's probably going to do something like the Kirby Star Allies audio trick that we talked about much earlier. Even without any speakers. You might want to lower your system volume and mute your TV if you want to give it a shot. I'm going to see if I can hold my Joy-Cons close to my speaking microphone to see if it picks up at all. It may or may not. Because I'm going to see if this will actually be audible to the audience. So, experience rumble as sound. So, yeah, this, again, we knew was a feature in Joy-Con 1 with sort of the expanded range of Joy-Con 2 when it comes to its intensity. Let's see how it goes. So, right Joy-Con. HD rumble feature can produce sound. You'll experience firsthand how these vibrations turn into sound. Please mute the TV. Oh, because it might interfere? We'll see. So, that's some pretty strong rumble, right? Let me see if it actually picks up at all. You might be able to hear it faintly looking at my audio indicators. You might be able to hear a bit of a vibration. Well, it's about to get even stronger. It's actually kind of raising in pitch. Now the rumble is going to get more subtle bit by bit. So that might be a bit quiet to hear here. You'll notice that it's much less intense now. What was that? It was almost like an actual sound. The sound should be getting clearer now. Oh, this sounds familiar. Yeah, it gives you the coin sound. I wonder if you can hear it. Because it might pick up very faintly on my mic. Yeah, because it played the 1-up sound on the controller. So, and Mario, are these vibrations or is it actually playing some audio that is a coin? Well, the thing is, right, like as I was saying, the Rumble data is effectively sound file data. So at a certain frequency, right, vibration frequency is just going to be something that's an audible pitch. Because that's just that, physical relationship of what the waveform is doing. So if it's vibrating at a certain frequency that is going to be something that we can hear as a pitch, right, then it's going to make that pitch and it's going to play the sound. So like I was saying, with original HD Rumble on Switch 1, there is a little Easter egg that you get at the end of Kirby Star Allies where it actually plays the original Green Green's music on the Joy-Cons. And this was very similar to what was going on here, is that it's using the Rumble actuator to produce the coin sound. So the coin sound is playing using the vibrations from the Rumble actuator, which is oddly kind of reminiscent of the way that the Wii Remote just kind of had an audio output from its own speaker, although, of course, that was just a speaker. It wasn't, Rumble being used as a speaker. But yeah, it actually sounds quite nice, and it's not as buzzy as the effect that was on the original Joy-Cons, but it's the same principle. HD Rumble 2 can produce a much greater range of rumble. Go ahead and experiment with the sounds. So when you're done playing, don't forget to set the volume back to how it was. So I'll try to show you on both these, and we'll see if we can play. I'm holding the Joy-Cons pretty much right next to the microphone. It might pick up very, very faintly. And then you can do 1-ups as well. And then, so a part of that was that you heard the output from the system itself, but the actual sound effects were playing on the Joy-Cons. And you can also just make it rumble. I'll not talk so you can hear me over, or rather hear the controllers over me. But we'll do rumble, and then we'll try to do the coin and the 1-up effects one more time to see if it picks up. Yeah, the standard rumble isn't picking up at all, probably because it's below the cut for what my streaming microphone and its EQ is going to accept. But the higher frequency should pick up slightly. The coin effect isn't really picking up as far as I can tell, but you should be able to hear the 1-up. I have to hold it really, really close. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, because otherwise it might be quiet enough that it's being filtered out by what my microphone will do. But maybe if I'm speaking while I'm playing it, then the filter isn't as active and you might be able to hear it. I'm not quite sure. But we'll go over the recording afterwards. But anyway, it's pretty cute as an effect. Yeah, I'm glad more people are learning about this. It was one of the really neat and underused parts of HD Rumble, even in its original form. But you can essentially have the same sort of effect as the Wiimote speaker effect. There's more than magnetic connectors than just strong magnets. There's a tiny gap between the console and the Joy-Con 2. Let's learn about the gap and mind the gap. more about the magnet. Why attach with the buttons? And they attract the SLSR buttons. It makes the Joy-Con 2 controllers more difficult to detach. Yeah, you've got this wider surface area on both SL and SR now as well, because they're being used for this. Oh, that's interesting. They get pulled out. And I guess the way the detaching mechanism works is that it sort of perhaps pulled them back? I'm not sure. The SL, SR buttons have room to move a little in multiple directions. That makes them more difficult to detach even if you try to wiggle them around. Yeah, because then you don't have any kind of tension against them. Let's keep reading about it. Magnets are thinly covered. Nintendo Switch 2 console has hidden openings on it like this one here. The openings are covered with a sheet of material that's around 2 millimeters thick. Yeah, hopefully that's not something that would wear down. The closer a magnet is to what it's attracted to, the stronger the force. That's why each one is covered with such a thin sheet. And it's housed in such a way that you can't actually just stick the side of your Switch to a refrigerator, probably. If you look closely at where the Joy-Con 2 controller is attached to the console, there's a very narrow gap. Makes it harder to detach the Joy-Con 2. Yeah, because then you give it some freedom of movement that doesn't press against a unit and push out, right? Without this gap, if you try to twist the Joy-Con 2 controllers, the principle of leverage would make it easier to detach because, yeah, it would push. Even the tiniest of gaps is there for a reason. These connectors on a Nintendo Switch 2 console are what connect the Joy-Con 2 controllers to the console. You might think they look flimsy at first. They've been designed to be safely used for a long time. First of all, the colored parts of the Joy-Con 2 controllers slot firmly into the console. Very satisfying. While the connectors on the console and controllers loosely attach. As a result, even if you twist the Joy-Con 2 controllers attached to the console, force will first be applied to the colored parts of the controllers. This makes it difficult to apply force to the actual connectors. Huh. Oh, I see. Very curious. What's more, even if you do forcefully twist the Joy-Con 2 controllers attached to the console, there's actually a little leeway for the connectors rather to move around. As the connectors move in a direction that's twisted, it's harder to apply force to them. Okay, let's take the quiz. What happens to the SLSR buttons on the Joy-Con 2 controllers? They stick out a bit. What, 2, right? And in what way is this connector on the console fitted loosely? Perfection. Feels good to know a little about magnetic connectors, right? Okay, let's keep going. And, oh, we hadn't, oh yeah, this was the angle game. Was there another quiz station? Yes, there is. Downstairs over there. If you'd like to learn a little something about the mouse sensor, you've come to the right place. Here you can learn about how the mouse sensor lenses are customized, Nintendo's mice of the past, Mario Paint, here we come, and a few more interesting little factoids. The mouse sensor doesn't just have a camera. It doesn't have just a camera, it also has a light. This invisible light, known as infrared light, is used to illuminate surfaces such as a table or your lap. In fact, about this invisible light, it may become visible when viewed through a smartphone camera. Yeah, the IR sensor on the original Joy-Cons was hardly used by anything. Normally, a mouse's camera. I think it was usable in Game Builder Garage, which was also patched to support some things with the mouse. Normally, a mouse's camera focuses so it can clearly reflect the immediate area. However, this is not the case for Joy-Con 2. This is because the height of the Joy-Con 2 changes slightly depending on if a strap is attached or not. Yeah, I like how it just functions either way. This is enough to blur the focus, preventing the camera from capturing the surface clearly, so in order to focus with or without the strap, it includes a custom lens. Now, the interesting implication of this is that if you do switch into mouse mode, you can actually, without the additional mouse feet, track pretty well even if the mouse is not making direct contact with the surface, if you're just, hovering over the surface closely. And the tracking is still pretty accurate. Here on the Joy-Con 2 controllers, yeah, and we did in fact try that earlier. Here on the Joy-Con 2 controllers, we apply 2 small sheets. Yeah, now we know about the mouse feet. These sheets are called mouse feet. Mouse feet make the Joy-Con 2 easier to slide around. Yeah, I like that you don't need the strap. Despite how Nintendo always insists that just to kind of cover their bases, that you should be using the strap when you have to lose Joy-Cons. Well, it kind of accepts that most of the time you're not actually going to be using it with a strap. Joy-Con 2 can function like a mouse when you stand it on a surface such as a desk. It reverts back to the typical controller when you pick it up. And the console analyzes the data from the mouse sensors and accelerometer. It uses this data to check whether the Joy-Con 2 controller has been placed on a surface or if it's being held in the air. Yeah, we've tricked it 1 or 2 times, but we kind of had to go out of our way to do it. Home menu fully supports mouse controls. Give it a try there. And yeah, the hot swapping is quite nice. I don't know if we'll necessarily play something like Metroid Prime that way, but we'll figure it out. Now we're going to learn about Mario Paint. Nintendo used to sell its own mice. There was the Super NES mouse in 1992. And the Nintendo 64 mouse, exclusive to Japan in 1999. I don't think I've ever seen one of these in the wild. I think maybe I was vaguely aware it existed. Incidentally, mice of old used a ball, which rolled around inside. I certainly remember cleaning the Super Nintendo mouse ball. Nowadays, mice are far easier to use. There's no need to roll balls all over the place. Yeah, it's kind of interesting now that we're, well into part of the Nintendo audience, even into adulthood, never having seen a ball mouse in the wild, probably, because optical has taken over for so long. I don't even remember the last time I used a ball mouse or saw one. Thanks for taking the time to read all that. Let's take the quiz. Question number 1. Mouse sensor uses an infrared light. And I love how it's the film reel. No, it's the lens. It's got to be the lens. Yeah, because it's the focus on it. The function of the two small sheets are the nice feet. I'm just reading the other answers because sometimes they're entertaining. Definitely does not make it waterproof. We're not going to test that. And yeah, you lift it off the surface. I love this idea that it has here. Say, change back please into the console microphone. Or you just ask a friend for help and the friend can just tell you, well, I played the welcome tour. I know you're supposed to lift it off the surface. And these are all very important dates, of course. This is Switch 1. This is Wii, Nintendo 64, and Super Nintendo. Fancy meeting you here. Thanks for taking the time to read so many of our insights. And yeah, it just tells you more of what you can do in the home menu. We've explored that pretty thoroughly. I haven't actually tried to use any of the speech to text or text to speech. But at some point it would be interesting to see a demonstration of that. Oh yes, top corner, I think we haven't touched yet. Let's see what that is. Oh no, that's area D. Oh yeah, area D we have the ability to unlock now, but before we do that... So yeah, we know that minigames we've seen what we're going to see. Let's do the quiz on this side. More HD Rumble, yep. History of Nintendo with controller rumble. Let's read it. And the HD Rumble 2 is pretty versatile. It can produce vibration patterns. Number of vibrations per second can be adjusted in a short amount of time. All sorts of vibration patterns are possible. It can also produce realistic sensations, like maracas. HD Rumble 2 is very responsive. As soon as the game sends out a signal to initiate rumble, the highest intensity of rumble can be reached in an instant. This response time is much quicker than with a motor, which creates rumble by spinning a weight. So yeah, less rumble latency. Several times faster than a Nintendo Switch system's HD Rumble feature. I guess this is sort of an incentive to eventually pick up the Switch 2 Pro Controller as well, instead of just using the one on Switch 1 for Pro Controller needs. I mean, I'll be using the Joy-Cons here for most use cases for the foreseeable future, I think. Just like how with the Switch 1, we actually just rode it out with Joy-Cons for quite a while before I picked up a Pro Controller. And I would have used the Switch 1 Joy-Cons a lot more near the end of its life if I didn't encounter so many issues with drift. HD Rumble 2 can do more than create vibrations, and it can create sounds. We learned that. We saw the demonstration, or heard it. Speakers produce sound by vibrating a soft plate. HD Rumble 2 produces sound by vibrating a weight. And the Nintendo Switch Joy-Con makes sounds too. Yeah, we remember that. But volume and clarity have been improved here, very much so. I wish we could have demonstrated it a little more audibly. But it is a very, very clear improvement. The original was definitely very kind of tinny and buzzy whenever it was used for that purpose. Nintendo and Rumble. I suppose we were supposed to read in the other order. Anyway, doesn't matter. I mean, Not the first time we've explored museum cards in our own fashion. They're not really interdependent. Anyway, they've been making controllers of Rumble for a long time. Here's the N64 Rumble pack. Nintendo GameCube controller. Now, here's something interesting. I have the Nintendo GameCube controller for Switch 2. It just came in today, very shortly before I got on stream today. In fact, I tried it out as literally the last thing I did with the system before I put it away and got on stream. And I was trying it out with Mario Kart, because the thing about Mario Kart is that it now has the acceleration button only on A, whereas in Mario Kart 8, you could use Y as a substitute for A as the accelerator, and I always found it ergonomically a lot more comfortable. So, of course, it takes some getting used to switch back to the A button for Mario Kart after such a long time, and I thought, you know what would be clever is I'll just use the GameCube controller because it has the big fat A button. The issue with doing that is that even though the Nintendo Switch Online GameCube controller has a rumble motor in it, is the kind of standard old-fashioned rumble that would still theoretically get signals from GameCube software or PC software, it doesn't receive any input at all from the HD rumble that is in Mario Kart. So Mario Kart just does not activate rumble on this controller at all. So you can't feel any vibrations if you decide to use it as a Mario Kart controller. So ultimately, that might have scuttled that idea a little bit. But definitely we missed the big fat A button that served us so well in Double Dashes of yore. Here's a Wii Remote. A Wii Remote had a actually very nice rumble to it. And I've been going through Metroid Prime Trilogy off stream earlier this year, and you know, whenever you bounce that morph ball, you can really have that satisfying bounce to it. Wii U gamepad, of course. Wii U gamepad I actually turned off the rumble on when I had it pretty much for the entire lifespan of the Wii U, because I thought it was much too loud. Particularly if you were just playing something wildly off TV. The rumble on the Wii U gamepad I found completely overpowering, and so I kind of shut that off and never went back. Joy-Con for the Nintendo Switch, a lovely rumble on that one. Had lots of use out of it for games like ARMS. I did not know the Pokeball Plus for Nintendo Switch had rumble, in fact, but we don't have one. And yeah, because I guess this was the thing that came with, what was it, Let's Go Pikachu or Let's Go Eevee. I don't even know how it's used in the game, to be honest. I have a vague sense that it was the accessory for Pokemon Let's Go. We've been adding rumble to controllers and accessories for a long time in order to enhance players' gaming experience. Okay. Your reward is a quiz. Because of course it is. Glow syncs to the rumble, that would be very nice. But anyway, very complex vibrations. And, well, I mean, it wouldn't really be a step down from its predecessor. And shaking the very foundations of our understanding. I love this answer. Anyway, it shakes the controllers. I love how you can also shake the hand of the person holding a Joy-Con 2 controller. You produce sounds by shaking somebody's hand, I guess. If you hold it with a very tight grip, that sound is ouch. The very foundations of our understanding. Perhaps the Joy-Con 2 controllers are themselves the very foundations of our understanding. Since when has Nintendo been making controllers with rumble? Since Nintendo 64. Speaking of the Super Nintendo controller, so as people who follow me in Mario Maker know, I've been using the Super Nintendo controller for 2D platformers on the Switch for years and years and years, and it is probably my most used controller on the system. and it is just lovely. The one thing that is unfortunate about the Super Nintendo controller is that it is only in the Nintendo Switch Online apps, which are now called the Nintendo Classics apps, that the normally useless extra ZL and ZR buttons that are kind of tucked into the top of the Switch version of the Super Nintendo controller, those are used as capture in home, but they only work as capture in home if you are playing the Super Nintendo games. They don't work that way anywhere else, and you can't remap them. So I got into the configuration for the Switch 2. And the Switch 2 does seem to have this system-wide controller remap that's in the system settings. So I thought, well, you know what would be clever is if I just went into the settings and just let my Switch 2 reassign the buttons on my Super Nintendo controller such that the ZL and ZR can just remap to home and capture universally. It doesn't let you do that, unfortunately. It does not actually let you remap anything on that controller, possibly because maybe remapping is done by flashing something to the controller side. I'm not really sure. But regardless, that solution is not actually available. It says when you try to remap that the Super Nintendo controller just can't be reconfigured, which is too bad. Anyway, Area D. We're only a quarter of the way through. So, this is a very full-sized affair. Regardless of how badly you may want to see the inside of hardware, like a game console or controllers, yeah, they're basically telling me, don't do this in real life, don't try this at home, you're going to void your warranty if you have one. Please do not disassemble any of it. It could be very dangerous to do so. Instead, you can safely observe the interior contents from the safety of this welcome tour, which is why we bought our ticket to the welcome tour. Let's climb down into the guts. There we go. Here are the guts. What a beauty. Joy-Con 2, our inner area. Yeah, now we're getting into the good stuff. Okay, let's take a look at the layout and let's see what everything is. It should give me a sign for part of the chipset, part of the board. Hopefully. I don't exactly know which parts are going to be interactable here. Here are the button contacts. C button. That's what it looks like underneath. Home button. Yeah, so you can actually just read the signs for all the various button contacts. What is this place? Well, what do you think it is? It's the very foundations of our understanding. Now let's wander a bit more. I wonder how much is wanderable here. Let's fill in the buttons first and see what's left. NOC touch point. Amiibo reader. Please don't overexert yourself. Turn in only a single lost item at a time. Oh, okay. Do we have to? Maybe we should run back and do that, because otherwise I'll just forget. Let's do that now. Oh, I suppose it's encouraging you to do fast travel if you're going to be doing that, because otherwise we have to skate all the way across. Alright, fine. We don't fast travel very much in video games, as I will often attest, but let's go back to the information desk area. Back to the up button. Yeah, because I guess every time you identify something, it becomes a fast travel point for you, which is kind of nice. Red Eye, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. A lost item longs for its home. Let's grab the other one. Back in zone 4. Yeah, you can also just select by zone. That's fine. Let's grab that thing. Where did it go? We'll just return it immediately. Back to the information center. That's much faster. You like the isometric style? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's literally like reading an actual museum map in some ways, except at a more granular, interactive detail. I mean, that's clearly what the art style is modeled after in some ways. You see a lot of museum map illustration that kind of has this level of abstraction to it. And this kind of clarity. I'm feeling that somewhere out there a lost item rather belongs for its home. Let's go back. So yeah, right now I don't know if you're all set up with Switch 2 already, or if there's anything in particular you've been playing or testing. We're getting ready to stream. But lots to take in on day one of the system. Lots and lots to see. Okay, so let's go back around here. He's saying something about this area. Pretty awesome that we get to see the circuit board. Yeah, I agree. We haven't really been keeping up with talking to all the NPCs, but here's the Joy-Con 2 chip. Very important. Not going to work without it. Let's see. Oh, there's actually a lower level beyond that. That's interesting. Can't find the rest of the stamps. Not sure. I've looked under the ladder yet. So yeah, there's a lower layer beyond that shows you what is underneath this part of the board. Oh, right, because once you get into the back case, that's where you get into things like the rumble actuator, right? Because we know from an earlier activity that that's where it is housed. And yeah, Red Knight, you're abstaining. Guess you've got lots of Kaizo business to get out of the way first. Yeah, I've been dabbling in a bit of Mario Kart. I will stream it at some point to at least do the GPs and so on, but we've definitely dipped in already to take a look and learn it fresh. But after Welcome Tour is out of the way, I'll likely stream at least some Mario Kart. In fact, the lobby system for it, for the purposes of something like streaming with viewers, is better structured than I expected. They didn't really show much of that at all with the pre-release demos and previews. But the way that you can set up open lobbies that can be joined with A, your friend list, or B, through a code, is actually quite an improvement from 8 Deluxe, just in terms of elegance and simplicity. It was very easy to jump into a 24-player lobby that somebody else on my friend list was in, essentially, and the setup is kind of very adaptable as well, where you don't necessarily need to distribute friend codes, so you're distributing the tournament code as you did in the previous game. But the way it's set up is just very simple and easy to navigate now. So, who knows? Maybe we'll do some race hosting at some point, but let's see what this tech demo is. You got 4 medals, yeah. This isn't a minigame or anything, but you know, it's like about super resolution. Type of technology that makes fuzzy, unclear pictures sharp and focused, I think. Wonder why it's tucked inside the Joy-Con R, but... And the detailed parts that aren't drawn in, it guesses it makes them look all pretty and stuff. Oh yeah, this was the... probably the NVIDIA DLSS. Yeah, let's see what the same picture looks like before and after. Super resolution demo. Let's try it out. Experience image beautification. Oh, and we are going to have the mouse, and we actually get to interact with a model. Compare side by side, stop the model's rotation, and change model. Now, oh, I see. So we're in mouse mode, but we'll also be pressing buttons. And there's some secret, which is probably just a B button. So, yeah. Oh, okay. So if you move the mouse, then the mouse moves the slider. You don't have to click or anything. You just move the mouse side to side. We are not streaming at 4K, obviously, but you can still see possibly an improvement between 720 and the 1080 that we have. Also, oh, maybe you have to click the UFO or something. But if you had this on a 4K screen, then the difference would be much more noticeable. See the UFO and find detail. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can definitely see a little bit of the blurriness and jaggedness in the 720p have, but the difference, of course, is not as conspicuous as it would be. And you can select different images. You can kind of look at the clarity of the Switch 2 screen. Yeah, so this is just the upscaling, actually. This is just showing you what the upscaler does in real time. And you can stop the rotation so you can actually see the difference. This is actually very clearly visible to me now. So yeah, this is just the upscaling demo. You can try the UFO again here too. And then you can do a side-by-side comparison. Now that's extremely clear. We can change to a different model as well. You can see a little bit of jagginess on the Joy-Con on the left, but with this object here, it's much clearer when you look at the Switch 2 screen itself, what the comparison is. Okay. And then we'll go further downstairs. You get a good idea of what the picture turning clear and detailed looks like. Takes simple images and turns them into something pretty. Yeah, we checked this already. Here's a quiz. Inner workings of the Joy-Con 2 controllers. Includes the computers inside the controllers, what the sensors do, and more. Yes, let's learn about it. Joy-Con 2 is a computer. The Nintendo Switch 2 system's controllers are called Joy-Con 2. Like we said earlier, the plural of Joy-Con 2 is Joy-Con 2. But there are more than just controllers. Each Joy-Con 2 controller contains its own computer that's capable of many functions. There's memory for storing data. It compiles data on certain Joy-Con 2 features. Interesting. Data on buttons, control sticks, mouse sensors, amiibo, and more. It can send its data to Nintendo Switch 2 via Bluetooth and receive Rumble data from the system. This is what allows the HD Rumble 2 feature to feel as great as it does. So you see, the Joy-Con 2 is as much a computer as it is a controller. Yeah, so probably the other cards will tell me a bit more about chips and what they're actually doing, or just other parts that are inside, like the accelerometer. Used to detect which way and how far you've moved the controller. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that a lot of the motion features are kind of used in combination with the mouse sensor as well, as we saw earlier. Determines the direction and strength of the force acting upon it. And I feel like this is going to have interesting implications eventually for more motion-based software, like whatever eventual follow-up to something like Ring Fit Adventure, for instance, is going to do. That there's quite a lot with the sensitivity of the Joy-Con 2 and its feature set that will be exploited for that, I would bet. Gravity is another type of force which pulls all things on a planet downward. The accelerometer uses gravity to tell which way is down. Yeah, and of course this would be one of the things that indicates to the system whether you've switched to mouse mode. Where you need to shake the Joy-Con 2 around, it can tell how you've moved it. It can even tell which way is down. Okay, gyroscope. Which way and by how much you turn the controller. However, it does not know which direction the controller is facing at the start. Before the game starts, the gyroscope takes note of its own orientation for reference, so, and with the accelerometer knowing which way is down, it can figure out how the Joy-Con 2 was turned and which way is fixing now. Yep. We've come a long way since Wii Motion Plus. I would love to see the equivalent of something like Switch Sports, or rather, equivalent to Wii Sports Resort. You know, that level of improvement and expansion with improved controllers as well. All right, let's review. Well, it's highlighting the chip, obviously. You can also find hope inside, if you really want. Today's weather. Which hand is holding the controller? Which side is facing downward? It would be nice to have a heartbeat sensor. That would be fun. What can a Joy-Con 2 controller's and gyroscope tell you? I mean, it can probably also tell you if it's dizzy or not, but very dizzy, as it turns out. I guess you're pretty familiar with the computer now, yeah. Let's keep going. Any activities we missed here? Not sure. And then, yeah, we'll go down to the next area. Inner area, we haven't found any minigames at all here, in fact, so there will be more to see. Down below, there will be probably something related to the rumble when we get there. I think the inner parts of the R button, the ZR button, and release button are somewhere around here. How do they all work? Somewhere here in the chasm. Oh, there's a golf game. This minigame combines a gyroscope with the mouse. Well, I mean, you know, it's probably going to be golf. Sure, you know what? Let's just see it first. We'll talk to the NPCs. We'll have some difficult golf, mini golf perhaps. Speed golf. I don't suppose you're really into golf, are you? Okay, so we're going to use the mouse controls. Now, of course, I am kind of seated at my streaming microphone, so our ability to do this might be a bit limited. Our ability to commentate it, rather, might be a bit limited. We might have to stand up for a bit. Or, well, we'll see. We'll see what we can do. Slide the Joy-Con 2 controller to swing the club. Scoring is based on speed. Okay. Well, let's see what I can do from my current position. Oh, it's going to be mouse controls, though. So it's... Yeah, it's not going to be holding the Joy-Cons like a golf club, like I thought it might be. It'll be using the mouse possibly as the head of the club. Quickly put the ball into the hole. So how do we move this? Oh, I see. Oh, wow. That's quite some distance. Lower. Yeah, we're way off. This hole? No. Yeah, it's got to be this hole. Oh. No. Well, obviously not. We want to put it in the actual hole. So, yeah, we need to just hit it with the right sensitivity and speed. Because it's showing you how the speed is being picked up. Nope. Bad angle. We actually do need to turn this because, yeah, it's using the gyro. So this is the thing that it was showing us earlier, where you're using the mouse camera to determine position, but it's actually using the gyroscope to determine angle. So you have to move the mouse and the angle. So there's a rotational input, which is something we almost never see with computer mice normally, that there would be a rotational element to how it's being picked up. So that's kind of unique to this mouse then. Very interesting. Okay. So as soon as you hit the timer's on, and then we push it over this way. And oh, we actually could have just done this. Very late though. We just needed to react a little faster there, or we could have beaten the timer. Let me give myself a bit more room on a desk here. Yeah. Oh, lower. I missed ever so slightly. Oh. Too strong there. Nope. Yeah, you actually have to kind of turn to the correct angle very quickly. Nope, not that strong. Not that weak. Make a lot more room on my desk. Oops. No, way too slow. We were very close to that 5. We just missed lowering the club in a critical moment. Nope. Bad angle. Yeah. I'm trying to see if there's a better way I can hold it here. so I can actually give myself enough of a comfortable turning angle. Oh, whoa, way too strong. Nope. Actually very sensitive. This is a very interesting idea. Again, there's nothing that plays quite like it with this input method. Okay, we'll be content with that. We're not going to try to go for the secret third one. At least not yet. There will be higher difficulties, I'm sure, given the way that this is structured. As the beginner course. Looks like you found a good route. We have enough for part 2. And yet, 2 is pretty curvy. It's a winding course. And again, 5 seconds is what we're going for. Okay, this will be tricky when it comes to sensitivity, so... 5 seconds, really, okay. No, much better angle here. Yeah, I wonder why it doesn't let me lower right away. Maybe I'm just too close to the ball. When it's faded out like that, that means I'm unable to lower the club. Probably just... Yeah. I think it has to wait for the ball to stop first. There's some condition for when you're able to use the club again that we sometimes misread. This is actually going to be tricky. Oh, it feels like it could have gotten across. No, just a bad sense of when we were able to make the next stroke. Nope, bad angle there. Oh, almost. Can I go on this side? Yeah, I reacted a bit slowly to that, but you can actually hit from both sides, so instead of trying to rotate all the way around, which would be one's risk. Also, we can do the recalibrate. Let's see how to straighten it out, because we should actually take advantage of that. When I'm way off angle after a lot of twisting. Oh, off. I could have beaten the timer too. Okay, here we go. Yeah, it's very sensitive to minor adjustments in the player's position. Yeah, maybe I'm just not giving it enough distance initially when I'm coming down for the next stroke. But it doesn't need to wait for the ball to stop rolling before it lets it hit. One came in, you thought it was a joke in SpongeBob when Mr. Krabs is playing golf and he says, "Wait a minute, I hate golf." I don't think I've actually seen that episode, but there's so much SpongeBob to go around, right? I would not have got everything by any means. Whoops. Hey, look at how we potted that thing. Okay, that's satisfying. I guess playing as recklessly as that, we were bound to get something like that eventually. Just a nice fortunate roll. The quick and efficient path was just getting it straight. Part 3 is available now. We cannot afford it, so not happen, but we will do the quizzes in this section. Have you ever wondered about the curve on the side of the Joy-Con controller? Or about the long L and R buttons? I mean, probably for ergonomic reasons, right? But we'll see. There are definitely, with the L and R in particular, noticeably a longer button surface than Switch 1. Yeah, so it's kind of accommodating hand sizes. Nintendo Switch 2 system is larger than a Nintendo Switch system by quite a bit. Like I said, it's pretty close to the Wii U gamepad. Just not as thick. Joy-Con 2 is larger. It's a pretty comfortable fit. But we felt that if all we did was make the controllers bigger, they might have become more difficult to use. We made a number of adjustments to make sure that the new size wouldn't hinder the functionality. It could be harder for some players to reach the LR buttons and ZLZR buttons. Yeah, I mean, there were already some instances with the original Joy-Cons where that was a little bit finicky depending on your grip. Extended the length. Another issue was that the corners on the bottom would press into your hands. We solved this by rounding off these corners, smoothing out the angle. Yeah, that's just to compensate for the size. Once again, it feels very similar in one's palm. We tested various button positions millimeter by millimeter to make them easy to press. In short, we put a lot of effort into making sure the larger Joy-Con 2 controllers would not be a problem. They're designed to be easy to use, even for people with smaller hands. Yeah. Like I said, the one and only issue we've run into so far is just that when I'm holding the right controller in mouse mode, I tend to budge up against the stick. But otherwise, it's been very comfortable. My hands are small enough that I never had a problem with the size of the Switch 1 Joy-Cons. But surprisingly, the larger size of these new ones do not feel less comfortable. They kind of feel like they've hit the sweet spot. Making the L and R buttons longer. Yeah, definitely for the mouse, because that's where you're making contact. We built in 2 shafts, each of which contain a spring. Ah, yeah, hence the kind of tactile feedback on them. Go ahead and press the L and R buttons in various spots to see how they feel. Yeah, so they kind of, regardless of where you're pressing them, you don't feel like you're sort of nudging them on the edge. They always kind of feel like you're pressing downwards, regardless of which direction you're going in, and therefore regardless of how long your fingers are. The C button. All over game chat. Name of the button may make you think it's similar to the A and B buttons, or for that matter, the camera buttons on the N64, or for that matter, the C stick on the Nintendo GameCube, but it's actually similar in function to the home button. Now that you've gone through the insights, here's a little quiz. What change has been made to the Joy-Con 2 controllers so that they remain easy to use despite their larger size? And yeah. Special gloves are now provided so that anyone can play. And the shafts have been added. They now require a great deal of force. I like the idea of a pleasant sound, though. I mean, that does happen in many cases. Just not universally. The GC button. That cha-cha button. I don't like that idea. Would go well with the maracas demo that we had earlier. Did you know there are a lot of north and south poles contained within the parts that make up HD Rumble 2? You know about Nintendo's history with rumbling cartridges. Strong vibrations require strong magnetic forces. As such, HD Rumble 2 needs strong magnets. It's not just a strong magnet. Normal magnet consists of two poles, north and south. They have multiple north and south poles. By combining several of these magnets, we get a magnetic force that's stronger than that of a two-pole magnet. Yeah, they stack them all together. Quiet rumble. If the rumble is too strong, things can get a little noisy. Buttons and other parts may rattle into each other. Yeah, that was definitely one caveat with Switch 1 rumble. And for that matter, like I said, the Wii U rumble was absolutely awful for this. Parts are attached with double-sided tape. Prevents gaps from forming. Nintendo has been making game cartridges with Rumble for a long time. Yes, with the Rumble actuator in the cartridge itself. Not going to happen with a Switch cartridge, obviously. You're not going to have whatever Wario or Kirby GBA cart had that sensor inside. Or, well, I mean, they've always been building so much custom equipment into things like larger cartridges, like Gyro back in the day as well. What is a cartridge for those who have not seen these before because they're Wii children who are not yet, I don't know, 30 or 40? You could say they're the precursor to modern-day game cards. Yeah, sometimes it's easy to lose sight of how unfamiliar older media could be to people who never grew up with them. You know, like how you would have waves and generations of people who had never worked with vinyl or had never worked with VHS tapes, or eventually with a great deal of game-related physical media as well. So you can't assume that people know what the cartridges are, even if they did collect them as treasures in Pikmin 4 or something. Pokemon Pinball for Game Boy and Game Boy Color. WarioWare Twisted, that's the one I'm thinking about. That's the one I was thinking about. Forgot that the cartridge attachment was so big for that. Jewel Dozer for GBA. And, right, because the Nintendo DS had the backward compatible GBA slot, and you could just use that slot as Rumble. And the game cartridge itself has been able to rumble. What better reward could there be for reading all that text than a quiz? Let's try it. Okay. What did the magnets help within the HD Rumble 2 parts contain a lot of high and low poles? Seriously? Joy-Con 2 buttons are attached to other parts with double-sided tape, stopping vibration from doing what to the buttons, making their text unreadable. Well, I mean, it's really shaking them, making them fly away. In the past, Nintendo made something pictured here that could vibrate it. Luckily, it was not the game console stand. That would be very unstable. Full marks, impressive. I think that makes you quite the authority on HD Rumble 2. I need to step up my exercise routine. And here's another tech demo. I mean, we're here in the Rumble casing, so surely this is going to be a Rumble demo. I would assume. This is a tech demo. Not a minigame, and this time it's going to simulate balls rolling around. Double the rumble. As the vibration moves from one side to another, you should feel as if the source of the rumble is moving around physically. Dual HD Rumble 2. Let's do it. Oh, you can't do it except when you're in handheld mode. Okay, yeah. It's too bad a lot of this is not really streamable unless you just have an external camera filming handheld mode. So we cannot show that, unfortunately. Yeah, but Let's see if we've exhausted much of this area. Yeah, it's going to be more speed golf, obviously. So that's nothing more we can look at here. Let's climb back out. The long way. And up we go. Okay. How come we have not yet unlocked Area E? What do we not look at or touch? Oh, okay. We actually forgot to do two things in the inner area. Let's go back down. I didn't scroll down to that point. That would have made that clear. So let's see. How did we get to the lower deck? Oh, here it is. I mean, we could also just warp on the map, but who wants to do that? Let's go back down to the lowest level since it was at the bottom of the list, and that would be the natural place to check. So we did look into the abyss earlier, and we didn't find any corresponding sign. Surely there's one for the rumble unit itself. Or, well, actually, let's take a look over here. Yeah, HG Rumble 2. And there's something else to look at here. That will be close by. We'll just have to check around. It must be something like this, but we couldn't actually find the stamp point here. We might be missing something. Oh, there's the cables here. Oh, yeah, there we go. The battery, yeah, of course. Yeah, okay, that's what we're standing on. Yeah, so there's a lot in the Welcome Tour that, as I said, we can't stream because it is dependent on the hardware in the ways that are not that conducive to being plugged into the capture card. Like things that require the portable display or for the hardware to be used outside of the dock. And that also applies to, of course, any of the accessory areas as well. So, you know, by any means, we're not going to be streaming 100% of this, but we'll show off all we can. And at least do some of the area quizzes, perhaps. Even if we can't demonstrate much in later accessory-dependent areas. So let's find out where E goes. Where it's going to lead us. We're all here. Great job. You can head on through. Right, E is next area. Take the elevator down and then start walking. You'll get there eventually. So, where are we headed? And, oh, look at that. We've got a new place entirely. I guess we've got the straps. I didn't know you could hold them like this, too. Yeah, where you have stick plus mouse. So there are a lot of control configurations that you just don't get from normal mice, as we saw from mice with rotation earlier. Could be double mice. Could be mouse plus stick. All sorts of things can happen. But why is this big letter R here? Something... Oh, Joy-Con 2 right. That's why Joy-Con 2 R, perhaps. I just couldn't stop myself from playing that minigame. But I got the clear medal, so it was all worth it. Which minigame are we talking about, given that... Oh, we're going up to the straps, I see. I'm trying to zoom out here, but it's not letting me, so... Yeah, because E is going to be the strap. So probably we have mouse-related content coming. I gotta get the straps ready in case we need to attach them. But for now, we'll just go all the way down. And let's see where it leads us. Oh, it even has a split path. And something with a target. See at least one medal indeed. Click quick. If you'll indulge a short preamble. As your mouse skills improve, so too should your speed and accuracy. As a conception of this minigame, which strips down the gameplay to its bare fundamentals, yet this is basically the fly swatter. In this game, you'll need lightning-fast reactions. Too slow and you won't get the clear medals. This minigame has been minified to maximize your mouse mobility. Okay. Oh, wow, 0.4 seconds. Click on the target. Ah, okay, so we see where we're aiming. We just need to do it. Yeah, pretty poor accuracy. In fact, let's dash over. Oh, missed. A little better. I kind of wonder how well I would do with something similar just on PC with my usual mouse that we use for RTS games and the like. A little faster. Yeah, we're kind of consistently at about 0.6 zone. Even that's not fast enough, even if we had hit that accurately. You have to really kind of flick your way over. A little better. That's as quick as you have to be. There we go. Let's see the next one. And I'm sure there will be more advanced ones after that open up once you collect lots and lots of medals. So yeah, basically, when you're exploring the entire museum, the long-term reward is just more minigames, more difficulties. Such swiftness of click. Your mouse talent grows more by the minigame. Part 2. Triple targets, yeah, so you have to just click 3 in quick succession. .4 is speed we're going for here. Click on all of the targets. And a little bit off. Maybe I have my sensitivity a little high for this, but I'm going to go up first maybe, and then a nice straight swipe between the other two, but then we cover less distance this way. Yeah, a little closer. I need a bit of a firmer grip for this one. Nope, just missed a click entirely. There we go. All that Warcraft 2 I was going over recently seems to have paid off here. I was doing quite a lot of that off stream earlier in the year, just going through the Warcraft 2 remaster. It's a lot of clicking. There it is, part 3 awaits. We can't afford it yet. We'll get there. We're getting closer and closer to that level, so let's get back out. On this side of the strap, follow the cables, and oh, lost item. Yeah, once we hit some travel points, we'll return it. We should probably go to the upper strap here, perhaps. Ah, yes, and it returns you all the way over. Ah, yes, because it's a loop, and we just did the loop. Did we? Yes, we did. Yeah, because we kind of did the full loop here. Or did we? Let me, yeah, because I think we rotated the camera. We actually just maybe stopped at that point. Let's Make sure we actually finish the loop here. What's that area over there? Well, I mean, we see the other Joy-Con, obviously. Just trying to see if there's anything else interesting that we haven't witnessed yet. Oh, there we are. The cover wraps around where the strap ends meet. So yeah, there is more to see down here. That way the strap remains secure. At this point, I've had plenty of practice making these kinds of things since the Wii. And we'll just run back over the strap. All the way over. I feel like where this is an actual museum, this area is a bit of a safety issue, but that's okay. Rubber caps help to muffle the noise produced when a Joy-Con 2 controllers vibrate. Interesting. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, because it would be the noise from the way that they are making contact with the mouse surface. Which, as we found out earlier in the Spot the Rumble game, or, you know, Spot the Vibrating Area game, that noise from rumbling Joy-Con contact with a surface can actually be pretty noticeable. Tech demo of the saw is easier if you attach the strap. Well, I guess we should see how seriously to take that advice. There is a way down, it seems. With this? No, this just goes all the way down. So it is not that. At least not yet. So yeah, I guess we'll wrap down to the lower floor at the end with this auto lift here. Alright, let's listen. Attaching or detaching a strap is easy. Yeah, a big improvement on the Switch 1 Joy-Con strap, where if you put it on the wrong way, it could get quite stuck. And yeah, attaches and detaches pretty easily, as we know. The strap helps with mouse controls, widening the mouse feet. You'll want to use the Joy-Con strap. I'm playing a game that requires you to shake the Joy-Con 2 controller. Well, yes, of course, because you don't want to lose your grip. That's the whole point. Less likely to fall on its side. Yeah, so it improves the tracking just with the surface area. Pads at the bottom make it easier to slide. Again, the strap kind of interferes a little bit, which is why I haven't been using it regularly, but the traction is definitely noticeably better. Double helpful for games that require both motion and mouse controls. Like a certain Metroid Prime we know. That is likely going to be exactly that dual use. Let's look at the top of the part that attaches to the controller. And here's the locking mechanism. So yeah, this locking mechanism is different from the magnet on the console itself, but it kind of interacts with the release mechanism the same way, or a similar way rather. Moves and locks into place like this. And you can see how the release goes. There's a very tiny spring that holds it in place. Okay, let's take the quiz. What can you do safely with a Joy-Con 2 controllers? Use them as a two-way radio. Love that idea. I guess you can use them as bracelets. But anyway, we can use motion controls. Heeding the usual warning. What other feature is easier to use? And yeah, mouse controls. Can't imagine what effect it would have on the touchscreen. Tiny springs. Lock the straps of the Joy-Con 2 controllers to catapult erasers. Why erasers specifically? I guess if it fits. Outstanding. You got every answer correct. Looks like there's some more Joy-Con 2 strap insights out there. Let's see it. There's also the demo station at the end. We'll do that in a bit. Let's learn more first. Joy-Con 2 straps are laced with fiberglass, plus they're woven together with a complex stitch. The part of the strap that attaches to the controller is fairly thin. If we had made it out of normal plastic, it would be easily bent. We're not testing this. Not going to stress it out ourselves. We interlaced fine glass fibers, or fiberglass, into the plastic. And did our best to make sure this part does not bend, that part specifically. Yep. Yeah, because that would be a pretty obvious vulnerability in terms of shape. Quiet, even, then vibrating. Close to the part that loops around your wrist. There are two small pieces of rubber. Yeah, so you don't have all the vibration making sounds from table impact. I guess. Even little pieces of rubber have a purpose. Running stitch, satin stitch, and zigzag stitch. Take a look at a part of the Joy-Con 2 strap that loops around your wrist. That's the part that attaches to the controller, and the ends meet up under here so that it forms a loop. Now we'll know how to loop is stitched. On its own, this would be a problem. If the loop spins around, this part would bump into the strap lock. Yeah. Strap lock would become difficult to move. For solution, we made sure the loop doesn't spin all the way around. We used a sewing machine to sew this bit together. Oh, I see. So you kind of, pre-close it. Yeah, because that way the loop can't rotate through there. That's not all. We wanted to make sure that the sewn part is tear resistant even when pulled. Running stitch, satin stitch, zigzag stitch, back to running stitch. For those who know they're sewing. Plastic used for part of the Joy-Con 2 strap that attaches to the controller is combined with dietary fiber. What are the two pieces of rubber for? I'm not even sure that's enough to be used as a fake mustache, but okay. To each their own. Oh, I guess as the adhesive parts that stick the fake mustache on to your Joy-Con. What was done to the part that loops around your wrist? Yep, there we go. Fantastic. A perfect score. You know so much about a Joy-Con 2 strap now. Let's do the demo. Also, oh yeah, we still have to go down to the lower level here too. Plus symbol, Minus symbol. Yeah, we haven't been very thorough about checking everything here. Like, for example, where it allows the player indicator to shine through. Did we miss anything else here? I don't think so. Missing some things on this level, probably. I mean, maybe there was something else we were supposed to look at here, like with this own part of the strap, perhaps. But given that placement in order, let's go back here. Oh yeah, that's right. We've checked these. Let's continue and go down. This isn't a minigame, it's an attraction that simulates the experience of sawing. As your saw moves back and forth, the HDD Rumble 2 feature will create realistic vibrations. Yeah, hence why it recommends the strap, because without the strap, it's going to shake the table like crazy. Try sawing really quickly or take your time to savor the thrill of working with your hands. But quickly notice the difference in vibration as you change speed. Okay, move the saw, fell a tree slowly, and fell a tree quickly. And yeah, so we've got the strap on, since that's the relevant section here. Yeah, you don't need to press a button or anything. Wow, that is actually pretty significant feedback here. Kind of feels like I'm sawing my table. Let's do it slowly then. No, I wonder what the question mark is. Oh, probably getting through this whole one here, perhaps? Yeah, we're just sliding the thing back and forth. It's pretty shaky. Poetry slowly. How slowly is slowly? Not slowly enough, it seems. Well, okay, let's take it slowly. Push really slowly like that. I don't know if it's the individual stroke or push here that we slow with, or if it's just a total time. But yeah, actually, if you do it really slowly, the thing I was trying to demonstrate to you with the tech demo is that you can actually feel very granular vibration if you just kind of chop like that. Very, very granular. And it's quite different going in this direction, the pull direction, than in the push direction. You can definitely see how it's simulating how the teeth are directional, and pulling and pushing do not at all feel the same. There we go. Okay. The vibration make it feel like you were holding a real saw. And yet, demonstrated quite a bit with this speed. Let's go down and take a look at every element we can. Here's the locking mechanism. I love mechanisms like this, yeah. They can just lock you in all day. And the larger mouse feet. Of course. I can see straight through. Then you'll know which player you are. And here's the lower mouse foot, and then that is it for this section. We need to go back there anyway to return the lost item. I assume that's going to take us to the blue strap. But And yeah. Oh yeah, lost item. That's right. Wonder what was steadily accumulating here. Something secret. Can you get all the stamps in Area E? Yes, we did. Way to go. It's quite the trek to get from here to the next area, Area F. You better be prepared. Okay. Let's go on. Oh, whoops. Wrong way. I came all the way back here via conveyor belt. Area H is next. The gate should be in Area A, but where is that again? Long walk over here, and oh, it looks like we're about to see something significant. Those two always go darting off without me. We are in the dock area. Wrong way, bud. We're going to Area F first. Alright, here we are. Eek, my voice became a robot voice. Oh, the Nintendo Switch 2 console has a microphone. Let's see what demonstration this is. Now, maybe you can't rightly call this a game, but the echoes you'll hear in this demo just might surprise you. Just gotta speak into the Switch 2 microphone. After a small delay, your voice will bounce back at you. It might even come back different from when it left. Interested in giving the echo generator demo a go? Yeah, sure, let's try it. Stick controls and the use of voice. Oh, I see. You can manipulate this, perhaps. It's the same way that you can, you know, do the little sound remixing while waiting for your match in Splatoon 2 or something, where you can use the controller like you're spinning a turntable. Say something and listen to your echoed voice. Switch to a different effect. Echo your voice for 5 seconds. Okay. Now, we realized from the previous demo that we can't actually say very much before it cuts off, so we'll pick something very short. Experience your voice changing. Experience your voice changing. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's not going to record something in advance. It is just going to absorb. In advance, it is just going to... Yeah, and then we'll try the different effects using the L stick. Yeah, and then we'll try the different effects. And as you can see, when it's transmitting past a certain point, it is not going to receive anything. As you can see, when it's transmitting... So let's record something. Or rather, actually, I think we changed the effect right away. So that's normal, and then what happens here? Ah, yes, because this is how you can do something like, you know, Splatoon language. Or Animal Crossing language, even. So, for example... And the apparition of these faces in the crowd. Petals on a wet black bough. That's Ezra Pound, in case you're wondering. And that's when you read it really quickly. Do I really sound like that? We will incidentally totally take viewer requests. What about my robot voice? What about my robot voice? Echo my voice for 5 seconds, so I guess we just talk continuously with a stream of data, and then it's going to reflect it back at me once we're past a cutoff. Okay. I guess this is what we sound like we're an Animal Crossing character. Mr. Turnip 233, you try to think of something to say, but it's actually hard. Well, I think that was satisfying enough. Very satisfying indeed. That's entirely too much fun. It's kind of like the interactables that you would see in an actual science museum. You know, when they're teaching you about sound mixing at some basic level. You have fun playing with the sound of your voice. I love listening to the sound of my voice. Don't you? There's a fair few peculiar echoes in there, huh? Yeah, we couldn't really get a sense of the first echo effect, the one with the mountain image, because the effect was not as noticeable to me simply because I don't quite know what the raw sound data being picked up by the mic was sounding like in comparison, but maybe there was an echo to it. Anyway. Oh, no, we don't want to come up here yet. We have more to do downstairs. Before we go up, let's say, so that's why the back of the dock is round. I guess we'll learn that soon enough. Let's explore down here. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, so this is where we are on the dock right now. Because with the new dock, the whole backplate kind of opens up, and then, unlike the original Switch dock that kind of had the panel that was on a hinge, I think. But the whole thing just kind of snaps off and snaps back on this time around. There's the air intake on the lower right. What else can we see here? The LAN port. Well, we are in fact using that. Very nice to have that built in so we don't have to use a dongle or something. That would make the cable management even more of a nightmare. Let's take a look around this side, see if there's anything else. Air intake lower left. Yeah, so for context, that's where we are. Let's see the quiz. Is dock just a fancy word for a stand? Or is there more to it? And why is the back of the dock rounded? Nintendo Switch 2 Dock Insights 1. At first glance, Switch 2 dock might just look like a regular stand, but it's actually much more than that. One interesting thing I found about the Switch 2, incidentally, is that compared to the Switch 1, it feels like it sits in a dock pretty loosely. It has some wiggle room to it. I think maybe there were some concerns with people scratching the screen or something with the original dock on Switch 1 if they, which is particularly incautious about, you know, scraping it off the side or something as depicted with the system. But yeah, it seems like there's a bit more flexibility to how it attaches, in the same way that there's some flexibility to how the Joy-Cons also attach to the unit. And for the most part, it's okay, but when you actually have it docked and you need to reach over for detaching the Joy-Cons or hitting the volume or something, it does kind of wobble inside there a bit. It can change video signals from the Switch 2 console into signals that your television can receive, and that's incidentally how it knows that we're not outputting in such a way that accommodates several minigames that we've had to skip. There's USB ports letting you use multiple kinds of devices. You know, one thing I was considering is whether I can take one of those USB ports and put another separate third-party mouse in it. Obviously, it would not quite replicate all of the things that the Joy-Con mouse is doing with things like, you know, the gyro and accelerometer support for things like the mouse rotation and so on. But for some purposes, maybe that could actually be fine. But we'll test that out some other time. You know, see if we can get a wireless mouse receiver in there. It also allows you to connect to the internet via LAN cable. And yeah, it performs many functions for us. This will tell us about a redesign. Can't be used with Nintendo Switch console. Nope, it's for something much bigger. On the inside, a lot has changed. Needs to keep up with the Nintendo Switch 2 console's rapid video signals, and now that the dock is bigger, you try to force the Nintendo Switch console into the Switch 2 dock, sticks will get stuck. Don't do it. You've been warned. Conversely, don't do that either. Nintendo Switch 2 console uses a lot more electricity than the Nintendo Switch console, so don't try to get fancy with your old third-party solutions either. It would exceed the Switch dock's power capabilities and simply wouldn't work. Yeah, official replacement docks were, for a while, kind of difficult to come by with Switch 1. We actually ordered a second dock for Switch 2 pretty much immediately when it came up for ordering earlier today, because you can only get them officially from Nintendo. Retailers don't carry them. But, you know, it's not going to get easier later necessarily to find the official dock. And you do want the official one because it's the one where you know at least everything like the cooling has been checked. And it does have a built-in fan this time, because the system could run hot. Also, base of the dock is raised about 2 millimeters. I did not notice that, in fact. I guess that's for ventilation. That makes sense. If you're running a fan in it anyway. Through the gaps at the sides, yeah. So they've paid quite a bit of attention to thermals. Very, very important for one's electronics. And then now we're going to learn about a rounded back. I guess then, you know, it's clear even when you're fumbling around in the dark which way to insert something. Which way to pop in the system. And also because of the release buttons. It's so that the release buttons on the Joy-Con 2 controllers are easier to reach. That makes a lot of sense. When a Nintendo Switch 2 console is inserted into the dock, detaching the Joy-Con 2 controllers should be easy. Yeah, very satisfying, in fact. The dock isn't rounded just because it looks cuter that way. You've read them all, that's the ticket. Now you get to take a fun little quiz. Which of the following does it not do? Use infrared communication. And only the one that matches. To show people what's inside. I mean, if you have really good eyes. And if you're a little bug. It does look cute. Does it follow the curvature of the Earth? I guess if you place it in the correct orientation. Perfect score. You passed flying colors. You must really know your way around a dock now. Wow, there's a lot to do in the dock area. This is big. There are more Nintendo Switch 2 dock insights for you to read up on. Yeah, we have a lot of quizzing going on here. Have you noticed those little bumps near the system connector? The dock. We haven't looked that closely. At least one of the 4 feet on the dock is different from the rest. I guess we'll have to learn about it. Look into the Switch 2 dock from directly above. Yeah, we have not done this. In fact, I hadn't really taken the time. Mechanism around the connector that makes it easier to insert. And yeah, kind of similar to what worked in Switch 1. Indentations that line up with the ridge and bumps. And so everything lands properly. Ridge in the middle of the dock fits into the indentation of the console's underside. Next. Left and right bumps fit into the console's other indentations for even more precise alignment. These bumps sit on top of a small stand which is supported by springs, rather. And the connector only comes out when the stand is pushed down. So yeah, kind of similar to what was going on with the Joy-Con attachments as well. When the connector at last emerges, the console connects to the dock via the connector. With such a mechanism, even if you get a bit sloppy when inserting the console into the dock, it should still work. Yeah, the way this one sits, it's very accommodating. Underside of the Switch 2 console is a little rounded. Down here near where the system connector in the dock goes, there are spots that are slightly raised. The positioning is a little off. Raised spots will come into contact with the inside of the dock. Without this raised spot, the ridge on the dock might slide off the rounded part of the console and bend. Interesting. Connectors may not be inserted properly. With a slightly raised spot, we've ensured the console will not get stuck. And let's look at the feet. And yeah, so the dock remains in a stable position. But if the cable connected to the dock snags and the feet catch, the dock might tilt and fall over since it doesn't slide. So we modified one of the 4 feet. A bit of the plastic sticks out slightly more. If the dock tilts slightly, this plastic will touch the floor. We'll slide by a little bit, making the dock less likely to fall over. We are not trying to replicate what is going on in the image. Certainly not while streaming, but don't try this at home. This tiny extra piece of plastic comes in very handy. Alright, let's see how much of that we absorbed. Things are getting a bit esoteric here, I says. And yeah, the ridge and bumps with some imprecision. Raised spots can be found where the system connector on the dock goes. And yeah, let's see it. How many of the 4 feet on the Nintendo Switch 2 dock are deliberately slippery? They're really slippery though? Yeah, because then it doesn't trip over. Did I get this time I feel like I was a little bit off. But it's perfect. Once again. Brain feels fairly well trained. I got my eye on a certain minigame here. Well, let's find it. Dodge the spike balls. It was designed by a staff member who's really into bullet barrage games. Yeah, we could tell. Which is all well and good except for the difficulty of part 4, which we don't qualify for yet. I'll tell you more about it soon. The suspense. Alright, I guess we should find our way up. Unless we missed anything else that we could look at from this floor, not really. Back cover locking mechanism, yeah. The scale of this thing towering over us. And just a few more parts to see. Now, something with a microscope, interesting. Apparently there's a way to get medals even if you don't have a 4K compatible TV. Oh, I guess the microscope would likely be something 4K related. If you have to count pixels or something. Is this thing they're calling a skip signal. So what you do is you go up to the staff member standing near a minigame or tech demo, and if you press Y like so, they'll count it as being cleared. SOS. Yeah. Dot dash 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 dot dot. In case you want to get credit, we don't necessarily need to do that. I would rather just do it off stream and do it properly. Instead of trying to lower way through it. But let's see how playable this is. Oh, looking for individual pixels on a 4K screen. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get that. And it might not even let you enter this exercise without detecting a 4K output. Pixels these days look like tiny little specks. 5 little pixels to find in total. That's not happening, but we'll see what it looks like. So you have to find 5 discolored pixels in 30 seconds. And we don't actually have a 4K screen, so realistically, we're not going to win. Can you see the pixel? Choose the level of brightness at which the pixel is barely visible. You know what? I can't see the pixel in any of these. It's too small, so. Yeah, they all look not ideal, so. Find 5 moving pixels. Yeah, that's not happening. Pixel brightness is 4 in this. Absolutely no way. With our current resolution, it's just not going to show up. Much less be something that we can click on. And you have to click accurately with no mistake. So let's go back. Yeah, this is not going to happen on the current display. There will be more that we zip through the more we get into increasingly optional content or spec dependent or hardware dependent content. Okay, switch AC adapter. Its cable is thin. Adapter's cable can be detached, yeah. Would be cross-compatible with some other USB cabling solutions, I guess. You can easily stow both parts, yeah, much better. As long as you don't lose the relevant parts. So here's the thing. It claims to be much smaller, but there's a bit of a problem. It's wider. It's wider in such a way that I actually had to unplug some devices and rearrange them in my power bank because it does not fill the exact kind of niche that the first Nintendo Switch's adapter did. It's just too wide. Can output a lot of power. And getting up to 60 watts. Small but mighty. USB-C charging cable for the switch to AC adapter is thinner and more flexible than the Nintendo Switch AC adapter cable. Yeah, because you kind of get some power going here. It just makes the AC adapter convenient and easy to pack nicely on the go. Oh yeah, look at how much nicer that cable is. Easy to wrap the cable up gently as shown here before cables get out of control all the time the way they usually do. Even when certain tidier individuals are resisting that. You have an AC adapter handy compared to flexibility of the two cables. I actually have... no, we're not reaching over to that. We're not reaching over to the power while we're playing and streaming here. Oh, also, a lost item. We'll get there. Which the following is true. It's detachable. What does it have more of? More power. And thinner and more flexible. No mistakes at all. Well, still a lot more quizzing to go. As I said, we can't do this activity, but let's see what the activity list. And yeah, we've seen the echo generator. This is the only other one, I think. Except we can head back down. Maybe even return that lost item before we go. Okay, let's see what this is. More of a demo than the game. Ah, okay, so this is going to be the dual mouse demo. I found splashing water around. Dual mouse water scoop. Interesting. Okay, mic's down. Let's see how we do. This exhibit requires dual mouse controls. Pardon me. Move a pedal, change the stage, spin the water wheel, make the light bulb as bright as possible, and then something hidden. Oh, I see. Okay, so yeah, you have to move things to the right area. That worked out surprisingly well. Let's change hands so left is actually on L. Illuminate every stage to maximum brightness. Okay, then we can just splash the water and toss it, right? That's the idea. Oh, okay, no, we want to spin the water wheel as much as possible. We don't want to splash the light bulb. We want to dump water down here. Like that. And kind of juggle the water over. And kind of shield it like this, maybe. Oh, rotate. There we go. Yeah, rotating mouse movement as an actual deliberate input takes some getting used to, so. We should just serve this, a lot of this on top of this tray, I think would be better. Accumulate a bit. Oop. Yeah. Let's curve this down. Then let's see if we can just get the generator going. Or just splash it like crazy and hope for the best. Click like we do need to land something on top of it, though. All this water pouring down. Maybe. It's oddly satisfying. Even if we made little to no progress with it. Okay. Maybe we just needed to splash both ends, and I mean, I guess that would feel a bit resistant, but just pour and just try to shove as much as we can. Yeah, we want to turn the water wheel as much as we can, so. What? I was saying we need to plan this out. Or, actually, no, just splash it. Maybe it's not really a planning exercise as such. We just have to illuminate. Yeah, because I was thinking we could just load a whole bunch of water up here and then have it all turn at once, but load a tank of water almost. This location. And leach it all at once. Can we? That did not work out at all. We actually need to just drop water like this, I think, to drop it from above. Like do a big scoop. You know, maybe we can do a big scoop together like this. Yeah, because I think, I mean, the name of the game is Dual Scoop. We're probably supposed to do a big scoop like this and see if we can figure out what to do to make it a bit more effective. You see, that's a little better. It speeds all the way from the top, and so it doesn't get stuck. Got a bit of momentum on it. This is actually kind of challenging. But I guess we don't really have a good understanding of the principle of how to turn the wheel. Ideally, you want to drop water into the gap above it. I actually have enough water to work with here. Nope. Because I feel like we have to kind of do a dual scoop. And not accidentally stop our own handiwork. Oh, which way does it want to turn? Let's try to figure it out here. Come on. Maybe we did get the maximum brightness already and we just didn't know. So it didn't auto-progress to the next stage or anything. Oh, we definitely need to recalibrate. There we go. There we go. Yeah, we spent too much time trying to illuminate the second one when I think it was already done. It's just not something that gave me any indication as such. Okay, we've had our fill of this one. Let's get out of here. Made a real splash with those two mice there. You must have had a whale of a time. Yeah, we did. Ultra fast 4K HDR 120 Hz. Yeah, we're not seeing it. Are you interested in TV output? Wait, let's learn about it, but we won't be able to see any relevant demo. We'll still do the info and quiz though. Comes with an HDMI cable. Ultra high speed HDMI cable. Have to read the fine print. transmits data very quickly. And it needs to transmit a lot of data. 4K, HDR, 120 Hertz. Compatible game and TV are required. Okay. More about 4K. 3840 by 2160. And this is the most ever for any Nintendo console. You can look forward to having a sharp and detailed picture. When a Switch 2 console outputs to the TV, it can do so using very bright light. And yeah, we saw the bit about HDR earlier. The screen you're looking at right now is a simple image that doesn't use HDR. Yeah, we've seen this. This is just the same thing that we read earlier. Exactly the same card that we read on the main display, in fact. And it's briefing you on exactly the same thing that we see. And I wonder why these were marked as unread. I guess maybe it's just that now we're seeing it in this context. HDMI cable included with Nintendo Switch 2 is what kind of cable? Ultra high speed. It's not compatible with Y2K. Very few things are. And how many different combinations of light and color? Yeah, we knew that from previously as well. The images on a TV screen change rapidly. How does this start to look? Smooth. Also healthy. Did we check this box? Yes, we did. Breeze right through that. Way to go. Okay, one more quiz section at the very least. Another TV output insights over there, yeah. ALLM. Yes, actually, yes. Because this is an amazing feature that really needed to be in more devices like this. I'll explain what it is, but it's actually a way to signal to a television that it should automatically switch into low latency mode, because of course if you don't do it and if you have all the post-processing lag, that is the default setting on most modern TVs, then you get into input lag issues. So this will tell us something about it. No setup. Some TVs include special settings suited to games. Very important to set those. Less prone to lag, yep. Of course, it doesn't know what kind of TV you're dealing with, which is why it says, with some uncertainty, you may not need to enable such TV settings manually. And if it's ALLM compatible, then you got auto low latency mode. Only available for ALLM compatible TVs. Yeah, I don't know how recently a lot of those would have been rolled out at all. Feels like this is more a bit of future proofing as well. Okay. Lots to learn about. Exchanges more than just images with a TV, yeah. CEC, Consumer Electronics Control. And yeah, hence its ability to affect the power on. And yeah, automatically enter sleep mode. Also very important to know. We had that on Switch 1, of course, and depended on it. Yeah, because then you can exchange data about what's being plugged in. We can play on a Switch 2 connected to a TV. Various electrical signals are output via USB Type-C. And extra help has been called for. Dock picks up the video signals, converts them into different video signals called HDMI, and sends them with an ultra-high-speed cable. Lots of things going on here at the dock. And connect and turn on the power. You see pictures on the screen. All kinds of processes are going on between a console, a dock, and a TV. Yeah, just how everything receives synchronized and up-to-date information. Dock relays that response back to the console. Yeah, this part is pretty familiar to us in terms of functionality. Yeah, let's read this a little bit here again. Main unit as to TV. Yeah, that's right, because then you set the appropriate resolution. Converted by the dock and then displayed on the TV. Yeah. What's going on? Now, what will we possibly be quizzed on here? It acquires touch controls, if only. And CEC and WC enabled if you really need to go. And sends them straight to the TV or converts them. According to the output, let me think about that actually. Was this correct or did it send them straight? I don't recall already. So let's see. Communicate with each other, port video as outputs. I mean, they can try to speak verbally, probably not though. And yeah, they use the dock, of course. That's what this is all about. I think we got one thing wrong here. No, we didn't. Perfect. Not the most glamorous thing to be a TV output specialist, unless you really know what you're doing. So, we've been short on something here. Well, let's go down. What haven't we identified? I should check that. Back cover locking mechanism. Still more that's going on here then. I just haven't tied it up. Whoops. Hang on, let's take a look at this dock area. Yeah, let's go back to the dock area. Just warping back to something recognizable. Oh yes, we have a lost item, in fact. Let's return that before we go elsewhere. How many more have been dropped? Guess we'll find out. Okay. Where were we? Yes, we wanted to go back to the dock area and see what's missing. Well, let's look around carefully. This one checked already. Oh, something is here. Can't see it. Curious. We're missing that many elements. Oh, yeah, we should actually go back up to see if we can label some of the ones up top. Yeah, this is one we had to bypass. What could we have neglected here? Yeah, maybe it was something else we have not caught up yet. Oh. HDMI port. Very important. So yeah, I guess maybe we're able to look at things like the other ports as well. Do we already have? Let's see. Oops. So we're missing some things here. Back cover locking mechanism. We don't know what's going to be there. There's something snuck right by us here. Very curious. I guess I could maybe do one more pass up top. Just to be sure. Okay. So we never did find something to comment on that, did we? Oh, yes, we did. Let's look at some of the ports. That seems to be likely low-hanging fruit. Maybe. Yeah. And one more, probably. Well, we have the adapter. HDMI out. Yeah, just trying to figure out where we'll go from here. Given that we're missing one and only one before proceeding to the next section. What else is there to look at? We already saw the signage for the LAN cable down below. So we need to figure out what we didn't identify here. There's got to be something that we just totally whiffed on. I thought maybe it was one of the ports on the side, but might not be. What can I check here? Oh yeah, no, we've read that before. Couldn't see what I was pointing at. Tap out of this one. Maybe it's those ports on the other side of the dock over there. Not quite sure. Because we can wrap around something. Let's see here. Yeah, I absolutely don't see what's missing. Let's take a look at this just to try to get a clear sense of what we should be checking. Yeah, we're missing that. And let's take a look at this. What comes after the AC adapter port then? Well, this is a lot of hunting around. But there is something. There's something that we've failed to label. I just don't see a natural candidate for that. In terms of what we need to tag with something new. Let's go down again to see if we can find it. Maybe try to find some other contextual clues while we're at it. Okay, no, this is just back where we came in. If you want to proceed to G, which... if it's the part with the camera, we wouldn't be able to do much with it anyhow. So where is it? Where is it? Let's go back up the lifts again. Do we have to comb everything here too? Let's find out one spot. So there's nothing up here. We just need to walk around. It's not going to be any of these panels, but maybe if we walk closer to some of the edges to see if we can get them to comment on other things about the device. Oh, actually, yeah, you see, that's what we missed. It was beside this. No wonder we missed it, because we thought we'd covered this area already. It's a little too easy to miss some of these sometimes, I think. Although I guess you have to have a very specific idea of what you're looking for. So let's see about Area G. Again, might not have much for us to do interactively without the camera, but we will try it. Let's run. And over here. Here we go. All the way down the walkway. Let's see what Area G is all about. And we have the steps. So we're through 6 out of about 12 areas, I think. Let me think. Goes up to letter L. AKL, yeah. So in terms of number of areas, we're about halfway through. There's a lot more welcoming where that came from. But yeah, here we'll be skipping some things for lack of the camera. But we can do some more of the quizzes in the meantime, perhaps. There's an LED next to the lens. Yeah, we're not going to do the skip credit for the medals, though. I'd rather not do that. So we know what it is we need to go back to. We won't be going to the camera activities anytime soon, of course, just given that we don't have one. But let's see what the activities are, perhaps, and then... Yeah, you're mighty confident in your own facial impressions. Yeah, it's not going to let you play this without the camera plugin. If there's a camera connected to your Nintendo Switch 2 console, it'll be able to recognize your face. You'll have to move your whole face. And yeah, it's not going to let me enter. We can see right there. Any USB camera will do, so, you know, other alternatives might also exist, but there might be some features that use the camera here in a more specific way, and then you have to read about different parts of the camera once you go back upstairs. Now, this is almost certainly something else camera related, but let's see. Feel the shape, various shapes. Okay, so this one might not need it then. Uses HD Rumble 2 and mouse controls. We haven't actually done a minigame in some time now. We've just been reading signs for the last little bit. Yeah, so we feel the shapes with HD Rumble and guess the shape using only your sense of touch. Interesting. Okay, mouse controls. And then we need to figure it out within a certain time then. Guess the shape by how it feels. Oh, and we have to go through a set of 5. I feel like it's definitely round. Yeah. Spent way too much time on that. Well, we can check the top part here. Check mostly differences, you know. Feels convex. Here you can just kind of feel that you're mousing over points of the star. It's hard for me to kind of communicate what it is I'm picking up here. Wow, okay, this will be tricky. Let's see here. A little bit tricky. Might be one of the... Well, try it. Nope, that's wrong. Okay. Yeah, no matter how well we do with the early ones, there's gonna be trouble. And then we just kind of have to feel it before. Oh no, it's not the same set. Wait, well, we didn't quite do that properly. So we're going to just look for where some of the empty spaces. Yeah, got a single point there. I think so, yeah. And again, we'll try to feel for points at a star. If we don't get points at a star, then it looks like we'll be continuously pentagon. But then this is the really challenging part. Well, we can't just do it by elimination. We actually have to feel the object. I think it's going to be a triangle. Here we go. Let's do a level 2 for this one. Possibly. And we can't afford to do it yet, so... Yeah, once we have sufficient medals to really start cracking lots more games that are starting to cost 30 or 40, then there will be a lot more to show and do. And yeah, we're even now. So yeah, I can't do the face thing, but we can do the quiz on the bottom level. Well, let's learn about the camera. Not that we have one handy. Movable camera head. Yeah, it's kind of much less interesting to me because we don't have one in hand to really work with it. But I guess we can learn about it. Is the camera somewhere high, up or down low? And center it on what you want to capture. Yeah, so that axis is taken care of to keep the head at the angle you adjust it to, so there's some kind of locking or stabilizing mechanism, right? Or we sandwich silicone rubber between the inner parts. So yeah, so it doesn't just slide and slip. 10 down, 25 up. Might be important. You can capture a fairly wide angle. It can give you something room scale, in fact. 110-degree field of view. Nearly twice what the Nintendo 3DS camera can capture. Well, I mean, if you're taking pictures with a 3DS, you're pretty close to something. But it's 3D camera. The camera can capture your whole face when you play in handheld mode. 2 people in tabletop. And full body when standing. And then you can zoom in when using game chat to narrow the field of view. Interesting. So it just captures the room scale image. Camera can capture a wide angle. And yeah, you would have the fisheye effect with a wide angle lens. But not if you designed the lens this way. Notice that you still have a little bit of bulging in the background in this sample image. Well, this means that the spot directly in front of the lens will come out slightly distorted. It reduces the chance of people looking distorted, so it's a bit of a compromise where you warp it that way instead. And the privacy shutter of the Nintendo Switch 2 camera. Close over the camera. So yeah, so you can shut it to prevent unwanted interaction. And so the light also shows you when you are being recorded, just, you know, as a security measure. And you can always close the shutter. So you know you're not being recorded. And yeah, so you can see both the white coloration of the closure as well as the light being deactivated. To prevent the shutter from closing halfway, we use a torsion spring. Okay, so it has a very firm open or shut state. And yeah, so you know exactly when it's unavailable. And let's look back at some history. Games with cameras, starting with the Game Boy camera. And you can aim the Wii Remote's pointer lens at the TV screen. If it's... Yeah, kind of thinking about that as the IR camera to pick up IR light, right? That was being emitted by the sensor bar. Because the sensor bar isn't a sensor, it's an emitter, as you'll recall. The DSi has this facial resemblance app. I never had a DSi, so I was totally unaware of some of the bells and whistles like this. Well, yeah, and Mario, you're saying Nintendo really trying to get people to perform with their game systems containing cameras. Yeah, the thing about Nintendo gimmicks is that they always just try again and again and again until something sticks. I feel like the camera that we have here was switched to simply because it is a fairly pricey external peripheral, that its use is necessarily going to be a bit limited. You know, the people who want to use it and have the use case for it will get lots out of it, or out of their own alternative USB camera. But it's one of those accessories where it's pretty clear if you don't think you'll need it. And just as, you know, from my part here, I'm pretty sure that I am not that interested in the feature set that it has so far. But it's still fun to learn about. I just have no intention of getting one anytime soon. That part of the budget was blown on a GameCube controller. 3DS and AR cards, yeah, I remember having the whole set of this unpacked with the 3DS back in the day. And I really liked the 3D camera on the 3DS, despite the low resolution of the pictures, that, you know, being able to just snap 3D images you could see on the display right away was something that was a unique experience. Wii U Gamepad had this feature, of course. Yeah, because it also had the whole video chat program that was also deprecated very quickly, along with all of the other apps, right? If I recall. That it did have some kind of video chat functionality. And, of course, there's Labo. Build functional controllers out of cardboard. Interesting that it doesn't specify this is the Labo line, but maybe they intend to continue it in ways that aren't dependent on the name of that series, particularly because Labo is not compatible with Switch 2, just due to nothing fitting the Switch 2 Joy-Con by design. And of course there was this thing here with the AR Mario Kart. I remember watching a few streamers run this when it first came out, just as a bit of a fun activity they do once around a house and set up their own obstacle course before they put it away from that point on. One of those things that is actually kind of interesting is watching other streamers who can have the interest and the means to set up shenanigans like this. You know, it seems like a good way to get a feel for what was going on with this. It's not just about taking pictures, it's about having fun. But yeah, like I said, out of all those features, the one I got the most mileage out of was actually using the 3DS camera to take some 3D snaps. Nintendo has been making games that can be played with the use of the camera for a long time, yeah. And they keep going back to that concept. But yeah, Nintendo has a particular, you know, bank of concepts and ideas that they try to make happen again and again with improvements. And every now and then something like that sticks. So okay, up and down. And the 110. And doesn't distort the edges as much. You can will it to close, yeah. I love how so many of the joke answers consistently involve some kind of mind powers or telekinesis or, you know, tapping into your soul or something like that. Turn the slider. Which of the following has been a way you can use the camera to play all of the above? It's interesting that you very rarely hear the IR sensor on the Wii Remote described as a camera. I mean, that's what it is, it's an IR camera, but this is one of the first times I've seen Nintendo's own official materials kind of refer to it that way. Because yeah, it's just never really been sort of marketed as a camera because it's just picking up IR from the sensor bar, but sort of interesting change in language here to make it fit the overall theme. Flawless victory. There's one more set of quizzes in this section. We meet again. You brought a minigame dodge to spike balls. Yeah. There's something you want to tell me about that. It was designed by a staff member who's really into Bullet Barrage games. Like all those Toho people we keep getting hanging out around here. I think the designer likes that sort of game too much and went a little overboard. Part 4 is really, really hard. We can't afford it yet, but we'll eventually get there. Maybe. The difficulty is what makes it fun. It usually is. Dodge the Spike Balls Part 4 is the toughest challenge you'll find at this exhibition, so be ready for it, yeah. Well, we'll see if we can get there. But if you're really struggling with it, try handing the second controller to a friend. It can actually be played with 2 players. I bet, okay, I guess it's probably dodging with 2 cursors simultaneously. That's probably what's difficult about it, from what we're being told here. It makes sense that would be tricky, given how much trouble we already had with the first version as is. And yeah, top of the camera, not too much to see your label here. We learned about the ring slider, so we know to look for it. Oh, it seems like there's more downstairs that maybe we didn't look at properly. Here's the lost item. Is there anything else we can read about here? There's the operation LED. And surely if we just brush against here, we can look at the camera lens itself. As expected. Yeah, nothing else to talk about here. This is the tallest point of this exhibition. If you tilt R down, you can get a really good look at your surroundings. Actually, let's take a look. Well, I mean, we see the dock, really. Can't really see much further than that at the moment. Maybe we can use the USB camera we have at home. We should try it with Game Chat when we get back. What an idea. Fellow museum visitor. So it's a nice change of pace. Lovely view. Well, not really. I mean, we can only see one little corner of the dock, but theoretically lovely view. What does the camera have a stand? Descriptive is, you're saying it's disturbing that this entire expo is miles above ground, without a single guardrail anywhere to stop you from falling. Yeah, we kind of got that sense from traversing the strap attachment earlier. Because that's quite a lengthy, narrow surface to run across. Okay. Specially designed for Switch 2. Whether you're playing in TV mode, tabletop mode, or handheld mode, it should be pretty easy to use. The camera is connected via the console's upper USB Type-C connector. Ah, okay, so that's going to be the peripheral port for it. Hence all the extra ports, because yeah, the dock itself doesn't have that many ports. So if you have some additional USB-C, then that's where it goes. You can change play modes without even having to disconnect it, like when you change from dock to tabletop. Because that would be how it's communicating. If you want to use a camera with Nintendo Switch 2, it does not have to be the specific Nintendo Switch 2 camera. And it's compatible with all of these other surveillance devices. And you can try it, but it depends on the camera itself. Test USB camera. And yeah, this one they know will work the way that they want. Because it's theirs. One thing you'll have noticed about the Nintendo Switch 2 camera is that it comes with a stand. And yeah, good for Many angles. I'm not sure how adaptable it is for use outside of just being a Switch accessory, but who knows. If you've ever used a camera that captures your face from below, perhaps the resulting picture wasn't very flattering. Yeah, it really kind of stretches out your chin. Its tall stand means you won't have to worry as much about it being too low. I love how it's demonstrating that while showing a picture of it sitting on a fairly low table, but maybe it actually works decently on that very low table. Who knows? One more benefit to the stand's height. It's tall enough that you can place the camera behind the Nintendo Switch 2 dock and still get a good view. Now that's actually a pretty notable explanation of why it's been given that height specifically. Illuminating your face. Designed with brightness in mind, yeah. So if you're in the dark, then let's see what happens. It detects where your face is, it brightens the image. And it'll try to isolate the face that way. It's not well suited to capturing plain landscapes. No, it wouldn't be. Don't try it. Unless you want to make a mess of it. Okay, capable in darker lighting. Interesting. Yeah, we play in pretty dim light around here, so this is good to know that this particular problem is addressed. And then if it tries to brighten the image in a dark environment, nope, doesn't work. Usually doesn't. Image noise can be introduced from power supplies or heat, huh? Not possible to tell whether the muddiness is due to image noise or light spots. Well, let's see. If there were no light spots in the previous image, then image noise is probably to blame. So yeah, it's just kind of based on a comparison that is directly present for one to check. The camera constantly checks images like this, and then yeah, it does a whole bunch of automated noise reduction. Okay, let's do the quiz. There's still a lot to look at in terms of labels, right? Let's see. Not really. We can't see much from here. Where in the Switch 2 console would you connect the Switch 2 camera? Definitely not the game card slot. That would be very silly. And USB cameras, endoscopes, not recommended either. Maybe not what you want to show in GameStat, in game chat. Photos of watermarks only if you're Koei Tecmo and trying to control all the screenshots of the Hyrule Warriors games or whatever. Any of the Warriors games. Stand-assisted selfies, beautiful night panoramas, and photos that capture your face from a good angle. Yeah. What can a Nintendo Switch 2 camera produce bright, clear photos of? Just the faces. What's erased? The user's memory? Yeah, I guess if you lose your memory, then maybe it doesn't look so messy anymore. Because you just don't remember the mess. Okay, anything else to identify up here? Let's take a look. Yeah, possibly something down below by the stand. But what could it be? Oh, let's take a quick look around at the perimeter first, just to be sure. Yeah, nothing else to really grab up here, I don't think. So let's head down. See what else there was to touch. And listen. About. There we go. I did see this from up above, which is why I thought to try it, but then we have something else to stand, and I don't see anything that obvious. Oh, here it is. The base of the stand. We'll return the lost item first, and we'll see where H leads. We might stop around this point, but we'll get over there first. Where did I go? There we are. And, oh, also we have 31 at this point, so we could potentially do another level of the dodging game, but let's open up H first and see where it goes, and then we'll consider that. Ah, yes, okay, that's also inside the Joy-Con. We can actually unlock quite a few of these now. The 30, the 31. Yeah, because we haven't actually done minigames in quite some time, because there's a bit of a gap in terms of what you have to collect before you have the next wave of software. Let's see. We'll return that. Okay, let's take a look at how substantial this part is, because we may actually save it, as well as some of the harder modes of the minigames. Let's get a sense of what one might be dealing with here. And yeah, more innards to look at. Well, let's see here. We're through a pretty good chunk. Obviously, for some of the segments, it was really just exploration and quizzes. But I would think that because now we're finally reaching the point where we can afford more activities that become available in the 30 or 40 zone, that the next time we continue with this, it will likely be much more activity-oriented. And like I said, for some of the things that I can't do on stream, we'll probably make sure we cover those off stream at some point. Okay, in that case, I think this is probably a good place to take a pause. Descriptivist, have I gotten $10 worth of value yet? Oh yeah, of course. It's been fun. Yeah, like I said, some of the last few sections were much heavier on stuff like just the learning and the quizzes, and we did see a definite drop-off in the activities simply because nothing really unlocks in the 20s, right? Everything drops off for a while and starts unlocking in the 30s and 40s again, so that's something we'll proceed with, and there's a lot left to do. Like I said, it goes up to Area L. And as we know from having looked around carefully, some of it will be accessories that we don't have, and so In those cases, I think what we found is that those sections just wound up being mostly the reading and the quizzes. That's okay. And we'll try to be accommodating. Yeah. Yeah, because next time, maybe even before we get into Area H, we'll make a run at some of this. Okay, anyway, I think in that case we're going to hold off here. We will start with something next time, possibly Area H, possibly minigames, and we'll see. I do mean to intersperse this with Mario Kart in some fashion over the period around launch that began today. And so I don't know if we'll kind of conclude streaming this first before we really start showing a lot of Mario Kart in earnest. Obviously, I've been playing a little bit of kart on the side too. But it might make sense to also just kind of hop back and forth a bit. We will definitely continue to Welcome Tour, though. There's still a lot that we want to learn, a lot that we want to explore and experience. And like I said, we really just got to the point where mini games are coming in again, so yeah. Not sure about the pacing of those, but we'll make do. Okay. I'm going to send you folks off somewhere else pretty shortly, I think. And yeah, in Mario, you're saying you're sure there are invisible guardrails to prevent falling. That has been the case in my experience when we push against the edges the way that we typically do. Classic divisive video game logic when it comes to the safety of public spaces. All right, we started earliest today, but we ran long. We'll likely have some more unconventional times here and there in the days ahead, simply because that's how the week has been shaking out. I might do a lengthier session and maybe even a much earlier session tomorrow than we typically might see, but we'll determine that as we go. And as always, it's been fun to have some people around to spectate and converse and get all excited about our different individual experiences with the new system, which has not been in our hands for very long. Best wishes to you all. Have fun with everything you may be doing in Switch 2 territory or otherwise. And as always, fare thee well.